All right, today is November 15th at 7 p.m. I'm calling the meeting to order. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next item is swearing in of newly elected officials. I think we're gonna come up here, right here.
I, state name.
I,
John,
do
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so long as I shall
so long as I shall
continue the citizen thereof.
continue a citizen thereof.
I am to state the name.
I, John Henry
Catarina, do swear
do swear
that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
to the best of my abilities
to the best of my abilities
the duties incumbent upon me
the duties incumbent upon me
as a member of the Scarborough Town Council,
as a member of the Scarborough Town Council,
according to the Constitution and the laws of the state
according to the Constitution and laws of the state
and the charter of the town of Scarborough.
and the charter of the town of Scarborough. Right before.
Thank you. So, do I do that?
Okay, the next order is order number 23-126, act on the request for nominations and elections of a new town council chair. At this time, I open the floor for nominations. Yes,
I would like to move that we nominate Counselor Nick McGee for chair.
is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
Any other nominations? I close the floor. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank
Okay.
you. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
Take your name.
Yeah, take the gavel.
We need to be separated.
Okay, oh gosh.
No, we'll both gang up on you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the support that you've all shown, and I will do my best to lead this council and this community. Of course, it can't be done, as John Anderson knows, without the support of your colleagues. Some big shoes to fill. Excellent work this year.
Thank you.
So, thank you all. Next item on tonight's agenda is an act on the request for nominations for the election of the new town council vice chair. Jean Marie.
Yes, I'd like to nominate April Scyther for the position of town council vice chair.
I'll second.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'm going to close nominations. All in favor? I show that as unanimous. Congratulations, April. You want to say anything in a speech?
No, I'll just say, thank you again to John and Dawn for their leadership, and I look very much forward to working with Nick, to bring our council through the challenges that we have ahead of us.
Thanks, April. I look forward to it as well. Next item on tonight's agenda is the roll call. Tony.
Council Scyther,
Here,
Counselor Cushing,
Here.
Counselor Shute,
Here.
Counselor Katarina,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
and Chairman McGee.
Here.
All present, thank you.
Thank you. Next item is general public comments. If there's an item on tonight's agenda that you do not want to that you would like to discuss this evening, please approach the podium. And you have 3 minutes. This is for non-agenda items, please. Non-agenda items.
Yes.
It does, yes. And there will be opportunity to comment on the resolution item as well. Liam, if you could just give me the high sign if you see somebody online, thanks. Mr. Hayes, just so you know, the light is not working up there, so you'll have to keep your eyes on me and I'll just wave at you, all right?
Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. I'd like to comment on what happenings of last week. 64% of the voters said no to a major project that included a land deal that I believe was one of the major problems with the proposal. I'm here to ask you to abandon or stop the negotiations and end this costly land purchase. I think it's good for one group of people only, and that's the developer. I don't think it's a good deal for anyone else. I know that there's a proposal to continue negotiations so that I've heard uses such as ball fields or the community center. I sure as heck hope we don't spend $300,000 an acre to build a ball field. I was involved in the building of Peterson Field many years ago, and it didn't cost anywhere near $300,000. I also have heard that save land for a community center. I, as one taxpayer, have no interest in paying for amenities for the Downs to publicize in their sales efforts that not only can you get on the street and get a beer and a hamburger, but afterwards you can go to the gym or play basketball or racquetball or some other exercise. I don't believe the community center belongs in the Downs. And as I said, I have no interest in, as a taxpayer, funding that or supporting its operating costs. If it's built, it shouldn't be there. So as I say, I'm asking for you to stop negotiations, walk away from a bad deal, and do as Councilor Hamel suggested, pause and listen to the people who defeated this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. We have any other public comments on items not on our agenda this evening? No. Seeing now, I'm going to close public comment at this time. Next item on our agenda this evening is the minutes for the November 8th, 2023 Town Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Sure, that is unanimous. Thank you. Next item is the adjustments to the agenda. Do we have any adjustments this evening to the agenda? Seeing none, I'm going to move on. Items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. Mr. Anderson.
Sign them.
Mr. Anderson signed them earlier this evening, so we're going to check that off the box. Next item is the town manager's report. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the council's aware, this month was a bit irregular. We met just last week, so forgive me, I did not prepare and I'm not ready to provide many meaningful comments tonight. I do want to mention, just remind you that the Costco is opening this Friday morning. There is a ribbon cutting at 7:30. If anyone's interested in attending, I think it's generally open to the public. And the dredge project is really moving forward quite quickly. I'm told that today a large crane was mobilized and the actual dredge will be lowered into the water. So we'll see some activity continue right on through the end of the year in the Pine Point area. And I'd like to see the balance of my time to the Assistant Town Manager to provide an update on cannabis moratorium and related issues.
Thank you, Tom. So just to provide a bit of background, if you recall, the council back in February, there were a number of concerns that came forward from residents regarding cannabis odor generally in the Pine Point area of town. The staff convened a working group. Out of the working group, we brought forward a series of recommended changes to the licensing ordinance to help mitigate and deal with some of those odor concerns. We also implemented, or the council adopted through the change in the ordinance, a new enforcement process to hopefully hold licensees, business owners that couldn't adhere to the requirements of the ordinance accountable. We're now, again, going backwards, we had two 90-day emergency moratoriums, and we are now halfway through a 180-day moratorium specifically to cultivation businesses in the Pine Point overlay. So I want to put something actually for people to digest in writing through a presentation to just get that update with where we stand and what we're seeing for experience. As of today, again, we're exactly halfway through this moratorium, which will run through February 12th. We've received 36 reports of cannabis odor in town. Again, it's predominantly in the Pine Point overlay. It's not exclusively in the Pine Point overlay. Of those reports, again, Pleasant Hill corridor, we have two licensees that we've been communicating with, that there's an increasing concern around the pervasiveness and odor in that area. Of the reports we've received, one in the Pleasant Hill, one's been moderate, 8 have been strong to very strong. Again, that seems to be a developing area. The Pine Point overlay, of the 27 reports, we've received 3 noted there was a faint odor, 4 moderate, 20 distinct, strong or very strong. I just also flag, and again, I sort of delivered this report. It's been updated with additional reports we received since then. But essentially there's 8 days of odor. Again, there's one day when 2 reports were noted in the Pleasant Hill corridor. Of the 27 reports in the Pine Point overlay, it actually represents 17 days. So there's, again, a concentration of reports over single days. I know that again, so this is the data that we've received to date. There have been 2 instances in which the defined threshold for a complaint has been reached. Neither of those 2 thresholds were verified by staff. So we don't have anyone currently in the midst of an enforcement action. But I know that there was some general question from council last time I delivered this report verbally to want to know where we go from here. If staff has a recommendation, if there are plans. I'm not prepared this evening to recommend a change in course. I think that clearly there have been reports that the adherence to not allowing odor to permeate the property line or the facility, there seems to be ample documentation to suggest that has not been the case exclusively over the last 90 days. I also cannot speak this evening to what the abutters or residents' impressions have been in terms of improvement or change from where we were 9 months ago. I'm happy to solicit that information, but absent meeting with the parties, the impacted parties, or talking with the parties and having those parties really provide commentary to the council for a deviation in course one way or the other, I would say that these are the results thus far. So I'm not prepared this evening to recommend a revocation or removal or repeal of the currently in place moratorium. And I think that my recommendation to council, to the degree I have one, would be we have another 90 days of the moratorium. I'm happy to provide updates at the council's request, either in a public setting or via email. to see how we're trending, but I'm also happy to solicit input or request feedback from the residents of both those neighborhoods. But this is where we stand. I'd like to hope it's an improvement over where we were 9 months ago, but I can't say that's like absolutely the case.
Thanks, Liam. I think it'd be worthwhile to solicit the feedback from the abutters and the neighborhoods out there. It sounds like from where we were months ago, it does sound like improvement, but as you know, the quality of life being impacted out there, even if it's a couple times, it's probably too many times.
Right.
So
I will, just one other thing I will offer, every time a report comes in, even if it doesn't reach that threshold around complaints, we have notified the landlord and business owner, and our experience and knowledge is that they've been responsive to research or investigate where that odor might be coming from. So they, again, I continue to feel that they're being responsive and interested in a solution and dealing with the issues as they come up. But again, that enforcement action has been referred to our code enforcement office at this point.
thank you. Don, you have a question?
Yep, thanks, Liam, for the update. And I'm pleased to hear your suggestion that, we should let the remaining term of the moratorium remain in place for the next 90 days. So thank you for that. I did have a question for you, however, in terms of the staff verification or the lack of staff verification of the complaints. Could you describe for us what the staff role is and why that they were not able to be verified?
Yeah, so in section 11 of the licensing ordinance, it defines, I mean, again, we've gone over a lot of this, but I think it's important to remind, odor is something that can be fleeting, right? It can be there 1 minute, and depending on wind patterns and other underlying factors, it can dissipate just as quickly. So there was some interest and discussion with the working group and ordinance committee and subsequently the council to try to so essentially reach a threshold before staff is dispatched to verify. That threshold would be indicative of a pervasiveness of the odor. So it's not simply every time someone catches a whiff or a smell of cannabis, we're dispatching someone. So that concentration is what we've defined the ordinance to be: 4 or more written cannabis complaints from a minimum of 2 parties. One of which must be a residence or business within a certain proximity to the suspected business owner or licensed premises. And then the 4 complaints, again, must be reported within 4 days of each other. And then staff has an obligation within a certain period of time to go out and investigate. So that's the threshold. I think my point is that even though that threshold is not being met, we are continuing to interact and communicate with the business owner, say, we still think there's an issue here. It may not rise to that level yet, but we want it to be on your radar. I think that they've been responsive to that.
So I appreciate the staff efforts, as you've described. This is a concern that I had when we set these standards that, would it be effective? Would it be low enough that actually would trigger, a response? So it doesn't sound like it has gotten to that point yet. I recognize we're moving into sort of the, colder months of the year. So maybe that's more likely for there not to be as many complaints, but I think we just need to wait and see on this. And at some point, I'd like to hear from the working group in terms of what they think we should do and how it's going. But thank you.
Thank you. April, yes.
Liam, as it pertains to the moratorium, have we had other requests or inquiries for licenses or additional parties that are being affected by the moratorium in a way that we wouldn't otherwise know?
In my discussions with the landlord, after probably the first moratorium, I know that there were some concerns with businesses not being able to transfer ownership. I suspect those concerns or frustrations are still present. I haven't had a direct conversations with the landlord in the last 30 days anyway, so I can't definitively say that, but I suspect that's the case.
Thank you, Liam. Tom, anything else to add on the inertia side? Thank you. With that, we'll move on to our new business for the evening. Excuse me. Next item for the agenda is resolution 23-005, an act on the request to approve resolution 23-005 entitled Land Option Agreement Path Forward. Councilor Anderson, you like to introduce this and maybe even read, I don't know how you feel about that, but even read the resolution? Yeah, I know. And explain your
Yeah.
thinking.
I think the most important part to read is probably the end with the resolve, because this is all background. So if we could just pull that up. So just how we got here, it really, I think, started with a conversation with now Counselor Cushing, who had reached out to me, and we were having a conversation about what's a good path forward given the current situation and the feedback that the council had at the last meeting. And through that conversation, you know, we were just offering ideas, and I offered to memorialize some of those ideas in a resolution that the council could consider, that could kind of be an omnibus path forward for some of the things that are on the docket tonight and at our next meeting, in terms of how to handle some of the items that were before us. And I think last week, the situation was we were coming fresh off of the election and kind of weren't ready to take action. And I think the consensus, as I understood, was we needed time, and we need a little bit more time. The school board still hasn't met to discuss, and they have a workshop tomorrow at 5:30 in the same chambers to kind of talk about, you know, reactions and next steps from their perspective. And the building committee hasn't met yet, and they're not meeting until November 28th. And so I thought it was appropriate, and others have also brought up the idea of kind of taking a pause and putting things on hold. And so essentially what this does is creates a 60-day pause before the council takes any action on any items, including the option fee payments, which I know we've gotten a lot of feedback from residents over the past couple days in terms of emails expressing that we defer those option fee payments given the outcome of the election. So this defers that at least until January 17th, and all other actions, particularly related to the zoning, the buffer change, and the CEA. And so if this is something that the council supports, then as we go through the actions, you know, we can follow this as our path forward. Essentially, all actions are tabled until we get survey results. So one of the things that I think everybody, or a good portion of counselors had expressed, is they wanted a little bit more information to really understand whether or not the site itself was something we needed to make a decision and walk away from. And the concept of a survey was thrown out. So this would essentially memorialize the need to do a survey in partnership with the school board and the school building committee, which is on the agenda for tomorrow night with the school board at the workshop. It also requests that Crossroads provides some sort of conceptual plan to better understand the VR4 concept of what they would put there in terms of you know, future development, to help us better assess the impact to the taxpayer, and get a third party, I believe, to help us get that information, look at the data, and really kind of come forward with a more holistic view. It also contemplates running through our TIF and CEA policy, which is something that some counselors had mentioned that they want to make sure that we actually leverage that policy to help us with our decision-making on some of these things if we decide to go forward. So essentially the intent is in January, after getting information, after having conversations with the different bodies and continuing to hear from the public, we would make a go, no go decision of, are we moving forward or not, and act on the items, either to move them forward or to reject them. I will say I did talk to the seller, the Downs, to let them know that this was something that was being contemplated, and they are supportive of allowing the public process to work itself out and continue to honor the current option at this time. But again, they would like us to make a decision sooner rather than later. And so this essentially commits us to making that decision in January after we've done a little bit more due diligence. So that's essentially what's in here and before us. So again, just to summarize, it essentially delays every action except for the TIF, which is staying on the same path because there's more work to be done there, and delays everything until January 17th meeting.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson.
I had a comment, on this. This has changed in scope from the time that we discussed it in our last meeting. We have added things in there. We have added a concept of a survey. I'm very pleased that it does include some aspects of taking time to try to understand it. But if one were to take a very narrow view of this, the public has already told us that they didn't want to approve an appropriation of any kind for this. They told us that. So my question would be, have we had a legal opinion, whether or not taking any of these actions that are being proposed by this resolution, which I think is courageous and creative and has a lot of good things in it. But however, is it really even a path we should take one step down? So that would be my question. The other point is, just from a process standpoint here again, this is something that was posted to an agenda, you know, not more than 24 or 48 hours ago, at least in terms of the council. And if there's been any deliberation of the council, that would have been one-on-one. So it's had no view of the public. So I think that most folks in the public, if they're maybe seeing it for the first time tonight. So I think that places them at a profound disadvantage when we put this thing to a vote to the public. I remember this is the same mantra that we use when we put to a vote the library initiative a year or so ago, and that was let the people decide. Okay, the people have decided. They've told us no. So anything more that we do along those lines, I think is a serious question. So I don't want to get into too much detail about some other points here, but I have some things that I think should not be in here at all.
Councilor
Including throwing
Hamel,
Yeah.
good
So-
points for discussion.
Yes.
I don't think we're there quite yet.
Thank you. The only thing I'd say is, I would also like to make sure that the public has a chance to ask questions, and maybe I know technically we go through that in our own discussion period, but would there be an opportunity for them to ask questions first? So that might help guide our discussion.
Yes, the public can weigh in on this. And I think the important thing to take away at this stage is what this resolution buys us is 60 days of breathing room. And I think there's an acknowledgement from everyone on this council and including the sellers that this town really needs 60 days of breathing room. And we need to find out information. We need information. We don't have information. I personally will say that I feel this is quite generous of the developer to agree to this. They're under no certain terms have to do anything for us.
Right.
We're in a legal contract. So the fact that they're willing to consider giving us 60 days to figure this out, I find to be quite beneficial. And I'm very appreciative of that effort on their behalf. So with that said, I appreciate the resolution, and I will open this up right now to the public to comment on it.
Jack Fay, 14 Mulberry Lane. You talk about a survey. It's impossible to get a valid survey because we vote in secret. The 5,913 people who voted, you don't know who they are. How are you possibly going to get the input as to why they voted no? I'll tell you how. I don't just complain. I try and give you a solution. Go back through the last 5 months of these meetings. Unfortunately, you'll probably see me at this podium in those, and you'll hear why nobody wanted this deal to start with. Go on the websites for Save Sawyer Road. Go on the websites for the tax, smart taxes, and also for the concerned taxpayers of Scarborough. You will find all of the people on there telling you, no, you don't need a survey. You're going to waste time and money on a survey. No means no, folks. Sorry. That's something that we use in the law now. And finding a solution, I've listened to this board say many times, it's not my job or our job to provide a solution. That's what we have committees for. They provide the solutions and they bring them to you. The school board provided a solution, didn't work. So now the people that should be doing this post-mortem on the election, is the school board, not you people. You should not be doing this at all. It's the school board to find out what went wrong and how can we fix it and make something palatable to the voters. This doesn't seem to be important to the council. You want to try and keep this thing going. I don't understand why. The answer was no. No money, as he just said. Just don't do it. Cancel it now. You have 30 days written notice that you have to give to them. The delay is going to be it's an inevitable decision. You wait until January, the answer is still going to be no. You're going to find that out no matter what happens. The end result is you're going to have costs associated with the survey, the time delay, and you're going to aggravate the crap out of all these people, including me. I am, by the way, to help you out, I'm of the 5913, I voted no, just so you know. Proposed action is, this whole thing is a slap in the face to me. You know, I voted, and you're making it sound like my vote didn't count, because I told you I didn't want it. And I told it to you for a number of reasons. There was not one big reason. I didn't hate the downs. I didn't hate all the other things. But altogether, I hated this proposal. You were going to destroy Sawyer Road neighborhoods. You were going to do away with the individual neighborhood schools. You're going to put the youngest students we have on buses for extended periods of time. You're going to spend a ton of money on this deal that nobody really wanted. And I think that you start looking into, oh, we should buy land because of a community center. You don't have a community center right now. You have a committee looking into it. The library, that got shot down 2 years ago. And from what I understand, community centers in the past were always shot down. And I'll be candid, I do not want a community center that's going to be in the middle of the downs where it's going to be populated by all the people living in the downs. I won't get a chance to put my toe in the pool. It just won't happen. And I just think that what you should do now is cancel this agreement. Hurry up, okay. Couldn't make that work? I get 30 seconds back. I think that basically you don't need to find out why in order to act. Your action should be what we said, stop.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. Just a reminder for the general public, if we could hold applause too, I know it's fun, but we're going to be respectful. Hold the applause. You shake his hand on the way out. Yeah, just keep an eye on me, folks. The light is not working up there. Just a couple of things of decorum. State your name and your address for the record. Give us your comments. We ask that you be as respectful as possible. Just keep an eye on me for time. All
I
right.
read it at home. It's 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
We're going to double check that. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Try to make sure. Hi, my name's Heather Degnan. I live at 79 Sawyer Road. I wanted to speak tonight on resolution 23-005 entitled Land Option Agreement Path Forward. The final section of that resolution reads, the town council will execute the following plan to honor the commitments in the option agreement and make a decision on whether to proceed with the purchase option agreement to purchase land for school, community center, municipal playgrounds, or field use by January 17th, 2024. The question I ask myself is, who do you represent? What about your commitments to the taxpayers of Scarborough? Because they have voted and they have overwhelmingly said no to the plan. It wasn't even a close vote. It was a resounding no. And the longer you continue to dwell on this purchase agreement, the longer it will take to get everyone on topic to focus on a new solution to the real problem that needs to be solved with our schools. We'll be too busy coming here week after week to remind you that we voted no and we meant it. If you're still entertaining the idea of buying the land, how and why? The taxpayers are non-consenting. No means no. And if we didn't consent for a school there, we sure as heck won't consent to pay for a playground there either, especially with the school issue still needing funding. You mentioned wanting to wait until the survey is complete until making any more decisions. While I'm glad that you actually want to know why we voted the way we did, it does not change the vote. And paying hold on money to the downs while we wait for the completion of a survey and for you all to deliberate on whatever else you need to deliberate on afterwards is ultimately just going to take away from the resources for a resolution to the school issue going forward. Please complete a survey, but take your time and make sure to get the info you need with it. That way the next attempt at a school referendum doesn't result in the same situation. And while you're waiting for the results, cancel the purchase option agreement. How many times are we going to hear that you will make a go or no go decision at a later date? We heard it pending the vote. We heard it last week when everything was tabled. Now we're hearing it again with everything being pushed into next year. I know it's really hard when something you worked hard to produce doesn't succeed. And I'm sure some people are counting on voter fatigue and holiday fatigue to wear us out and wear us down. But I know that there are enough people who are willing to take turns standing up and speaking up to make sure that the no voices are heard over the rumbling machine that the Downs and the Scarborough government have become.
Thank you, Ms. Degan.
I just received a message that we're little on the screen on YouTube. I don't know if you can make us bigger. Not that I want to be bigger. I have fans apparently. Tim Lambert, 12 Iris Drive. While I appreciate the resolution to pause the actions related to the items in the purchase agreement, it's not necessary. The purchase option agreement should be terminated immediately. The voters clearly stated they were not going to approve this plan, and you should honor their mandate. We are eager to tell you what went wrong in the form of a survey, but you should already know the agreement needs to be scrapped. Anyone who's lived in this town more than one election cycle knows how hard it is to get the voters to spend money. The high school turf purchase passed with just 54% approval. So in addition to getting us to approve a massive bond, now you're trying to convince people that really value our neighborhood schools that they're not worth investing in. And people who value something don't easily toss that away. When I first discussed the plan with my wife over 4 years ago, she said, I don't care how much we'll save, I'm never going to vote to close Blue Point. The plan presented did not demonstrate any real savings. Now you have a purchase option agreement littered with problems: Sawyer Road, Trackview Terrace, access restrictions, use restrictions, reservation fees, forced zone changes. There are more strings attached to this plan than a marionette. If you're spending over $10 million to buy something, that's $7 million plus the $3 million in infrastructure costs, you should be able to own it. It's taken years to arrive at the wrong solution. I did attend some of the meetings early on, but I quickly realized they were a waste of time when their focus appeared to be on making word clouds rather than convincing me this was a good idea. Again and again, we've been told this is the best plan. The voters, beyond any reasonable doubt, told you that we disagree. Anything involving this purchase option agreement in 2024 will fail. We've been told that we'll need to go into critical emergency triage mode if the referendum failed. The voters did not create this so-called emergency. Additions where the modulars sit should have been proposed years ago. We could also have told you years ago that this consolidation plan wasn't going to work. In fact, I think many of us did in one way or another. Let's stop wasting each other's time and find solutions, plural, that will work. Pick the area that needs most focus and propose a solution for 2024. Maybe it's 8 Corners. Biddeford voters approved a 16 climate-controlled classroom addition to their school with 67% of the voters saying yes. Maybe we should ask Biddeford how they did it. Here's what won't work. Anything involving this purchase option agreement, closing our neighborhood schools, taking Trackview Terrace, wrecking Sawyer Road, and proposing a solution so expensive that it must be financed over 34 years. Don't try to solve every problem with one giant solution. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Hold the applause.
Good evening to the council, to the public. My name is Megan Condrey. I live at 2 Trackview Terrace. The school project referendum was resoundingly rejected at the ballot with strong voter turnout. 64% of voters said no. And they didn't say no for just one reason, but a combination of reasons. They said no to a $160 million bond financed with interest over 30 years with no state, federal, or grant funding to assist. They said no to shuttering neighborhood schools and consolidating our youngest students into one large building. They said no to a mystifyingly bad purchase option agreement for the land. They said no to forcing a new cut through to the Downs through the established residential Sawyer Road neighborhood. And they said no to putting children in the middle of a mixed-use zone of not just residential, but commercial, industrial, and still yet to be determined development uses. You do not need to do a survey to find out why this failed. You do not need to extend the life of this land option agreement at the price of $25,000 a month to give you time to conduct a survey, as is already required by the signed option agreement. We know why this referendum failed. They are the reasons people have been voicing at every town council meeting leading up to this moment. They are the reasons you've seen printed in letters to the editor, and they're the reasons you've heard in everyday conversations with coworkers and with neighbors. To conduct a survey on why this failed would be to waste time and money. And it would be done with the intent to reshape this same plan in a way that you predict voters might approve. But that is to continue in the same leadership style that caused this to fail at referendum and would fail again. If you ask for public input, it should not be looking back and asking what went wrong. It should be looking forward and asking, what can we do now? The chair of the school board made public comments last week that when speaking with the public, people told her that the town is not listening. And she asked the council to improve this relationship with the public. That improvement should start tonight. End the land option agreement now and let the voters know that you heard them. Use the $25,000 a month that you would pay the Downs in holding fees to address the school needs right now, not in 4 years when there are new or updated facilities. Show the town that student safety is not just lip service during a campaign. Take that $25,000 a month and go fix the entry vestibule at 8 Corners. Go make the student bathroom ADA compliant. Go fortify every door and window that our public safety officers see fit right now. If you can use $25,000 a month to try and resurrect a rejected project, you can go spend that money directly on the people of Scarborough, on our students. Listening to people doesn't mean physically letting them talk and you hear them. It means actually implementing their feedback. Start doing that. Start building back trust with the public.
Ms. Condrey, you're at 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'll wrap up. You can do 2 things tonight to repair that public trust. First, end this land deal, effectively ending the project the voters just rejected overwhelmingly. And second, go use that $25,000 a month to invest in student safety and needs right now. You need to honor the outcome of this election and go show the people of Scarborough that you're actually listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Condrey. Sir, I'm going to ask you to please stop clapping. Thank you. Ms. Bristol, welcome.
Good evening. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you to Councilor Anderson for the explanation, and thank you to Councilor Cushing for jumping into the fire in your first round. I'm going to start with the end of the resolution where we're adding additional parcels continuous to the existing boundaries, cottages at Sawyer and aspects of Enterprise Business Park into the TIF district. I don't understand the urgency to do that. This is about the Downs. And so I'm suggesting that that get removed from the resolution. And then if I go back, in reading through the resolution this afternoon, there were many things in the whereases that were teeing up the resolution that I took issue with. Whereas number 3, the school committee may have evaluated 46 sites, but they did not identify any that were actually for sale other than the Downs. And in evaluating costs, they did not factor in the exorbitant price and concessions subsequently demanded by the Downs. And in fairness to the school board and the ad hoc committee, this and previous councils should have been pursuing acquisition is in the Downs as soon as the ink was dry on the CEA in 2018. Whereas 5, regarding the 7.21 million purchase price recommended by a third-party appraiser, this amount was only arrived at when the Downs rejected the town's first appraisal. It's my understanding the Downs asking price was based on what they valued the land at if they built single-family homes, not what it is worth as a piece of commercial real estate. To this day, I don't believe the Downs asking price has been made public. The taxpayers have a right to know. Whereas 10, ad hoc community center is going down the same path as the school and the library committee, with ideal site location trumping other considerations, including land costs. This process is deeply flawed. And in number 12, if the school referendum doesn't pass in 2024 and we're all back at the table discussing a purchase of 5 to 10 acres of a reserve parcel for a community center, there's absolutely no indication that a reasonably determined purchase price can or will be arrived at on the basis of the land experience for the school. So I agree with everyone else, and I ask that the purchase option agreement be made null and void. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol. Ms. McKee, welcome.
Hello, I'm Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. Now, the good news is that people pretty much are unanimous that we need a new school. We need a solution to the school. That is not a problem. The second good thing is there's been a lot of really, really good preparation that has already been done, for instance, for the future enrollments and things like that. So those are good news. But as I recall, when we were first discussing the property agreement option, a lot of the council did not agree with it. And it was a long, long discussion, and yet it was passed, knowing full well that there were some real problems. So I think that that agreement should be absolutely canceled, and I don't see any reason why there's a great discussion about all this zoning changes when there's not going to be a school there. And you know, I just don't quite understand that. I tried to wade through all your information, and it was kind of hard to understand. But that's what I would hope, that you would not, you'd get rid of that option agreement and don't pay $25,000 for a month or two. So thank you so much. And I know this is tough. This is really tough, but you know, it's going to be okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. It's always a pleasure.
Hi, Liam Summers, Holmes Road. I would like to ask this town council to reflect on the most recent vote regarding the initiative to approve the $160 million bond, placing a new school in the Downs, and accept that the will of the voters do not want that school placed in the Downs. They do not want this land option pursued. Gifting the Downs a payment of $25,000 per month is an unconscionable waste of our resources that can and should be used for more appropriate uses within the town. I had my parent-teacher conference for my 9-year-old daughter just the other day. And we're sitting there chatting with her teacher, she's an amazing woman, incredibly passionate about her kids and teaching them. And she was sharing with me and my wife this notion of incorporating music into her educational curriculum, and how she was a person who has a musical background and can play the organ, and she's going to put in a request for a grant to buy an organ for her classroom. She has to put in a request for a grant to buy an organ for her classroom. And we're going to give the Downs $25,000 a month for free. I suggest we use that money for more appropriate purposes, because $25,000 would go a long way to the educational curriculum in our classrooms, so our teachers wouldn't have to put in a grant request. This desire to continue to fund a land option within the Downs will cost this town more than $300,000 taxpayer dollars. The voters have been explicit. They do not want this deal to go forward. I'd also like to address this notion that anybody who voted no was anti-school or was uninformed. This diminishes the voters by using negative buzzwords and places assumptions on their ability to be informed to demean their vote. I'd submit to this council that many of those who voted no did so because they cherish the schools in this town. They believe that a school in the Downs would not only be a massive safety concern, but would diminish our children's ability to learn. And they don't feel that the destruction of adjacent neighborhoods in service of the Downs development is in the best interests of this town. People know what the deal was. They were informed. They were well informed. They just didn't like the deal. If this council chooses to forge ahead with this land purchase under the guise of needing more time in hopes that you can recycle this deal in the future, then you are doing that to serve your own purposes, not the will of the town. And it will be a decision that wastes hundreds of thousands of dollars and valuable time that could be better used. And it will fail again at the referendum over and over if you pursue it. The town has said no to this deal. It was unequivocal. Now it's incumbent upon you, as stewards of the town, to hear the will of the town and terminate this deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Mr. Pritchard.
Jim Pritchard, Maple Ave. Most of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm not going to repeat it. But I have some questions on the funding. How much money have we spent on this endeavor to date? Did it come out of line item in the school and town budget? Did it come out of the reserve? I've looked at the budgets. I have not seen a line item for this endeavor. But I've only been a couple weeks into it, a couple hours a night. If the money is coming out of the reserve accounts, how is that going to be replenished? I see if it comes out, part of our tax rate is going to replenish that account. I think the public should know what we have spent, what we're going to spend. How much is it going to cost for this new survey? And what are we really going to get out of it? Is it worth spending that kind of money? Where you already know the position. If you don't, you weren't listening. Because every meeting I attend to, people were clear what they wanted. That's all I have. If I could get an answer as to how much we spent, how much is the new survey, and where is the funding coming from, and how it's going to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard.
Good evening. My name is Ken Goldstein, 11 Juneberry Lane. I'm the new kid on the block. I dare say that I think you are doing a few things that are injustice to this community. One, you're kicking something down the road that should not be kicked down the road. Two, the good Lord has given us 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you're forsaking that thing. You're not listening. We came here in January of this year, and we tried to do as much as we could in listening and learning about this new referendum. We've come from areas of the country where education is extremely important, not only to us, but where we lived. And the situation here is you try to do what most communities do. You vote it down, you dress it up again, you bring it up again, it gets voted down again, you dress it up again, you vote it down again. Bottom line is this: cut your losses, cut the agreement, get out of it as soon as you can. There's no need for a survey. Don't waste any more money. It's not your money, it's ours. Get out of the agreement, move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Okay, it's hard to follow all of that, but I'm gonna do my best. I'm Karen Smith from 13 Phillips Street. I'd like to start by saying I am coming into town politics late in the game. I won't pretend that I understand much of the language that's being used, CEAs, TIFs, CPDs, et cetera, but that's why I vote for you. I put my trust in the town council to work on the behalf of me, the people. I rejected the mega school due to cost. We don't need the largest K-2 school in the state. I also rejected the school due to location. There are too many strings attached to the Downs. I'd like to discuss wants versus needs. Do we need to do something about our overcrowded schools? Yes, I think we all agree that is a need. I heard at the November 8th meeting that we have a wish list. A library expansion, community center, sports fields, and swimming pools. Why do we not just focus on the needs? I hope we can come together as a community to focus on the true needs of Scarborough and the children. But when is too much too much? It is time to be heard. Let's walk away from the downs that has too many strings attached. Let's start focusing on a new solution as a united community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Welcome, Mr. Gates.
Hi, thanks, Chairman. Marvin Gates, 423 Black Point Road. I'm here to I don't know, what's the opposite of support? To not support resolution 23-005, or to urge you not to support it. And I've heard a lot of good reasons. Obviously, I'm not alone in this desire. And I wanted to speak just very briefly on the desire that I have for you to vote this down, which is entirely based on principle. I've heard good arguments made about dollars, but frankly, sometimes I think I might not live in the real world. I think I pretty much do, but let's just imagine for a moment that there were no $25,000 fee per month. Let's say it was waived. I would still urge you to heartily reject this on the principle that's been described very eloquently and repeatedly here tonight, that at referendum, almost everything in this was completely denied by an overwhelming majority, veto-proof majority. And as one gentleman said, I'm not quite sure, and particularly based on, forgive me for digressing, last week's workshop, the 20 minutes dedicated to discussion of the results of the election. I'd urge everybody to go back and listen to those, because it didn't seem to connect with the election itself. So it doesn't seem as though you're quite hearing it. There may be some legal technicality that has to do with why this is legit and all the rest, but that's, you know, I'd hate to see you just live only in that world. And therefore, again, regardless of the cost of it, the $25,000, which in the scheme of things is minor. I'd like it, I'll tell you that, but otherwise it's minor, certainly in the town's revenues. On principle, for the reasons given, please reject this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Liam, do we have anyone online? No. You're up, sir.
Thanks. I'm Neil Gregoire of 81 King Street. I just wanted to stand and assure you, Nick, that if I'm not going to link arms with John and sing Kumbaya, I'm probably not going to link arms and sing it with you. So don't take it personal.
I'm disappointed, but
okay.
There's still
I'd like
time.
to start by thanking Don Hamill for the article he wrote that came out in this week's town newsletter. If anybody hasn't read it, they should. The town council ought to read it because Don gets it, where so many of you don't seem to. Okay. I look around and it's you wouldn't consider this group a group of spring chickens. So I don't think anybody is going to be naive enough to think that you're going to do anything but pass this order that's in front of you tonight. Although I think everybody wishes you would do something else. You don't see people lining up here saying, hell yeah, run a road through my neighborhood. Sure, let's spend $12 million on a piece of property in the Downs. Sure, let's spend $300,000 on an option that may very well never prove out to be worth anything except $300,000 down the drain. And I wish I could articulate as well as Megan does, the things that $300,000 would buy in this town that are needed. Especially when you tell me we've got teachers who have to buy supplies out of their own pockets. You know, you don't see anybody sitting here saying, sure, let's give the Downs a zone change that's going to put tens of millions of dollars in the pockets of the Downs developers at the expense of the taxpayers of this town. You don't see anybody here lining up to say that. You see people lining up here to say, be responsible with our money, listen to the voice of the voters and act accordingly. Okay? I ask you again, and I started at the last meeting saying, who do you really represent? Okay, you want to say you represent the citizens of the town, okay? But I would argue that you represent the being led around by the town manager, okay, who's more inclined, more determined to look after his cronies than he is look after the interests of the town people that he works for. That's just my 2 cents worth. Okay? If you ask me tonight, I would say, pass on this resolution you've got. Go to each of those items, turn down the option agreement, turn down the rezoning, turn down the CEA enhancement, turn down everything. Let's take this town back from being the Downs and make it Scarborough again.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Any other public comment this evening? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and turn this over to the council to discuss. I'm going to, oh yeah, so we would need a motion to.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second? A motion, a second discussion? Mr. Anderson.
So this really sucks and it's hard. And, you know, I've been myself very much challenged, and sometimes I get in my head and I overthink things, and I know I do that a lot. And, you know, when I listen to my gut and when I listen to my heart and when I listen to what I heard, I'm at the point where I feel like in order to focus us forward as a community and focus on the problem of the school, we have to remove some key headwinds like this land. And I don't think 60 days, well, I think it would help, and I think it's important. I don't know if it's going to change the outcome, where I think we're just going to learn that there are too many issues with the solution, and we have to start to think about how do we pull things out of it that allow us to really focus on moving forward. It really stinks because, you know, I personally, along with Tom, spent tons of time to try and put this land option forward to try and bring a solution for the school. And maybe to some extent, I'm having a hard time because of all that time spent walking away. But I think at this point, personally, I would support tonight if we did take action on each item and vote no and move forward. It's something I keep getting challenged with in my mind, but we need a school. We need to come together as a community. And I love what I heard about, and I haven't thought of it this way, of like the survey was to be reflective, which what we really need is a survey to be prospective and moving us forward to figure out what we can do differently. And I think that's probably, in my mind, a better use of money at this point to look forward. So even though I'm the one who put this together, because again, I'm getting in my head, I do think tonight, if it's the will of the council to walk away from the land deal, I would get behind that and find a way to move forward instead of looking backward.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Again, I'm just gonna ask to hold the applause. Yeah, thank you. New Counselor Cushing.
Well, so you probably know Citizen Cushing had something to do with causing all this trouble. And candidly, in listening to you, I've been coming to these meetings not as long as you have, but for a while. And I have always been impressed with the passion and the thoughtfulness and the vigor that you've put your concerns forward. And at the same time, I have wondered in my head that I see that Sawyer Road is well represented and Maple Avenue is well represented and the Scarborough taxpayers pact is well represented and so forth. It's the same sort of faces over and over again, which I think is wonderful. But I've wondered sometimes if there are Martians at the Downs, because I've never seen any like people who live out there come and talk about what their concerns are. So from my perspective, it's a limited slice, which doesn't mean it's wrong or that it's not reflective. And so my interest in proposing this to my representatives was to say, I think it would be helpful to have more information. But candidly, I agree with John. I think that the passion of the opposition is enough so that anything we do going forward without terminating this land deal would simply be tainted by that. And if it turns out that there were elements of the option out there that might have been good for something, then I guess we would just have to accept that outcome. But I think that listening, it seems to me, needs to somehow involve more passionate voices from various segments of this community. You know, before I was a guy in the cheap seats driving by, I was irritated when I saw the giant tower over here. So what were these people thinking? And I made a decision to learn more about it and to get involved to my benefit, to meet all of these fine, hardworking people. And candidly, it pains me sometimes to see the implication that these folks are not all working for the benefit and the goodwill of this town. So I'm going to vote no on this resolution. I'm going to vote no on the rest of the stuff. But what I'll be looking for is people standing up and offering constructive solutions, coming forward and saying, okay, community, you didn't like what was going on, stand up, show us your stuff. Because candidly, if you believe we can do better, then what you need to do is show us how. How's that for first night?
Thank you, Donald. No clapping, no clapping. This is to be a joyless town council meeting. Thank you. All right. Counselor Seiler.
Well, if this is gonna be joyless, let's get there then. So at first I have a question, and it's because we've heard a lot of public comment and we've heard some counselor comments. And I want to be clear about something. And now I'm not. The resolution contemplates also tabling the approval of the $25,000 fee. And the Downs agreement they've kind of said they'll give us that 60 days. And I came into the meeting with that, kind of armed with that anchor. So I wrote down some things. You guys leave it to the night where I actually like prepare to keep my comments on track, and then y'all just start saying all kinds of stuff I wasn't expecting. That's okay. Because I'm having a bit of a crisis of conscience here, and but being honest and calling it like I see it has always served me well. And so I'm just gonna go for it. We talk a lot about the expression throwing good money after bad. I feel like we're throwing really bad process after really good process. We worked really hard to bring the land agreement along and then to present it, to discuss it, to provide ample opportunities for feedback. Everyone knew, whether we agreed on all of the terms or not, everyone knew what we had entered into on this body. And so I feel like where I'm really struggling is that the encouragement and this insistence that the council terminate the land deal unilaterally with no process whatsoever. Like, on principle, it feels hypocritical at this point to abandon process just because it suits the objective. And I'm not comfortable with this idea that it's been a week since the referendum. I hear everybody. I am comfortable, to be clear, I will terminate the land deal. But we're talking about doing something as a council. I served on the school board when I was at the mercy of a council that made decisions without school board input. And it felt really bad. We have an entire committee of people who have spent a long time on the building committee who have a meeting scheduled. And I just feel like, as respectful as it might be to everyone in this room to terminate this land deal and have everybody go home and feel great, the people who worked on those committees and the people who serve the school board might not feel so great if I just abandon process. And so the problem I'm having is we have an off-ramp. It's without consequence. It's without fiduciary consequence. We now are not committed to paying that $25,000. It buys us a little bit of time, and it will allow us to be partners with the building committee and the school board, which I feel like we owe it to them as a council to not just abandon the process. I feel like they should get to be part of the discussion. And so for that reason, I would support the resolution. If we do take up each individual thing as a council tonight, then I will roll with that too. But that's where I'm sitting right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Seiler. Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time working with process, and I believe that we did follow a stringent process to get us to this point. We had 88 milestones that we followed to a T, and we had a solution that was put forward to the public, and the public spoke to us. So I worked for a big chunk of my career at Pepsi, and we went through this period of time where we were a bit of a Wild West show, and people just made decisions on the fly, and it was bad for the company. So we decided to get into continuous process improvement, and we embraced it entirely until it got to the point where, one quarter we were losing share on Diet Pepsi, and people said, time for us to put the process on hold or find another process. And I think that's I don't think we're abandoning process, but I think we need to follow a different one. I think you've heard tonight, people are willing to devote themselves to finding a new solution. What shape that would take, I don't really know, but we have some possibilities. The answer to that is not there's not this resolution that's before us now. We need to walk away. This thing has been asking us dozens of times to walk away, and we've not been prepared to do that. And that's the golden rule of negotiations. You need to find a point where you're willing to walk away, and that's where we are. It's time to walk away. And that doesn't say we're going to just throw everything out the window. We're going to try to build on what we've learned, and we're going to work together to find the right solution. I'm attending that meeting tomorrow evening. I understand this decision would preempt that, but we've devoted a lot of time. Every one of us on the council devoted a lot of time to this over the past year, and it's not for lack of effort. So I think we need to just say no thanks. Now, if that means we fulfilled 815 and 816 of the CEA, then maybe a school and community center didn't belong in the Downs anyway. So maybe that's the point that we're at. But it's time to walk away, and the public has told us.
Thank you, Councilor Hamel. Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, you should see my notes here. I'm due, don't, back, forth, yes, no. I certainly understand the importance of process, and there's been a lot of process. But I also, I'll tell you this, I came in here saying, yeah, this resolution makes sense, we'll table, we're gonna look at it. I know personally, and maybe this is something the school board should really be looking at, how much of this vote, other than, you know, location and price, because I hear from a lot of people, as you can well imagine, was the difference between the neighborhood school and a consolidated school, and if that figured into it too, because I get a lot of that from people, and I really would like to know more about that. But being in real estate, I also know there comes a point sometimes in negotiations where it's like, yeah, this isn't heading anywhere, maybe we just and start over and come up with a different plan. We've got great foundations, and the school building committee has done a ton of work. The school board has done a ton of work. We can all build off from what's been done. And every single one of you takes the time to come up here and speak and write me emails and call me on the phone. And I invite you to become part of the process to how do we fix this? We've got kids who are in substandard schools. It needs to be fixed. It's not going away. So with that in mind, I'm in favor of clearing the decks and not sure where it's going to end up. Except I know one thing for sure. The kids of this town deserve better school buildings. I've been saying this since my daughter graduated in 2009. That was what, 15 years ago? Oh my God, she's getting old. You know, it's like, come on, let's work together instead of, you know, throwing rocks from the outside. I wrote that to someone in an email today. My dad always said, get involved. Don't be the person throwing rocks from the outside because you're going to get hurt. Other people are going to be hurt. It's going to destroy things. Get involved. So, yeah, I'm all for clearing the decks. So.
Thank you. Councilor Shu.
Sure. I was prepared to come tonight and vote no, as we, I think, had indicated at our meeting last week, that if it failed, that was our intention, and that was my intention. You know, we did get the resolution pretty last minute. I wanted to be respectful again of the process that we've been through. It's really difficult, I think, for me personally, or as a counselor, to move forward with anything, not really even knowing what Plan B is, what the next steps are. I have an inclination and a personal feeling that the location is part of it. And so I think I'm going to be in agreement with my counselors that I think we just need to start over and take all the great work that the school board and the building steering committee has done and regroup.
Thank you, Councilor Shu. So some of the benefits of going last as the new chair, as John Anderson has often pointed out, is being able to hear the comments of the counselors amongst us. And I do. There's one thing I do want to do, which is make sure when you get up to the podium and you talk and you ask questions, I do want to make sure that we're trying to provide you answers. And sometimes that's a huge miss on our part, and it's not intentional. I'll tell you that because some of these conversations get distracted. So I'm going to do my best real quick to run through some answers as the questions were being asked, if that's fair. It might be all moot at this stage, but I'll do it anyways. Payments to the Downs, that was part of the hold. There would be no payments made to the Downs. And I heard that over and over again in comments. The idea behind the resolution and what the Downs verbally agreed to was to just pause everything. And that was any commitments on money being paid, on any commitments to passing zoning, et cetera. That was all to give us a 60-day breather. And I think we do need to acknowledge in this community, regardless how you feel about the Downs, that it was quite kind of them. They had no obligation to do any of that. I do appreciate their efforts there. So somebody asked about how much a new survey would cost. That still remains to be seen. It really depends on the scope, how big the sample size is going to be, how long your survey is going to be. So we don't have any official quotes on that, but we're happy to work through it if we get to that point. What is the value?
Could you just share how much the more recent town survey cost, just to give people?
Sure. Liam, Liam, do you have it?
Yeah, $20,000 for the community survey.
20,000 for a town-wide community.
That was a
survey.
town-wide
Yeah.
statistically valid survey.
So So we don't know how much, maybe a reduced size profile survey, or even if it would be a reduced sample size, or if it would be townwide again. We don't have that quote, but we know the high end is now 20 grand. The removal of the okay, I did want to bring this up because I think this is something that, as each of us goes along and votes this evening, we should be considering, which is we do lose, I heard two councilors mention it, we do lose any option within the downs, whether it was this parcel, whether it was another parcel up by Haggis. We are removing any ability to have the downs reserve any piece of land. Doesn't mean they won't sell us a piece of land down the road, but we remove the requirement that they need to reserve something for us. And once this agreement goes away, it goes away. Just so we're in full understanding. And then I did want to just kind of recap. I don't want to recap, and I'm not dancing. There was a tight vote on this land survey, on this land deal coming out of council. It was a 4-3 is what passed. And I do remember in my comments, because how do you go from voting against the land deal and then all of a sudden saying, yes, but I want to send it to voters? How do you justify that, right? Well, we wanted to hear what this community had to say, and there's plenty of things you can get to know on that land deal. You can get to know in the school, whether it's consolidated, whether it's a consolidated option, whether it's a fourth school option, whatever it may be. There were plenty of reasons, whether it was ruining a neighborhood. Those were all legitimate and valuable reasons. What I don't have, and this is with all due respect to everyone that came up and spoke this evening, I think you all think, or you think you all know why it failed. It could have been a combination of them. I couldn't tell you under oath, I know exactly why it failed. It could have been the price tag. It could have just been the land itself. It could have been the fact that people want to keep small schools. I couldn't tell you for certain which one it is. So personally, I see a lot of value in a survey, not just in a survey as a post-mortem analysis, but as a survey going forward. If you want us to go through this process, and a good amount of money was spent going through this process, don't you think it would be a great idea to know what maybe we should pursue, what has a great chance of passing in this community? It seems like a reasonable expense of money before you spend, I don't know how much that full effort cost. I'm sure we can get our hands on that number at some point, but a reasonable townwide survey asking the community, how do we support these students? What is our best solution going forward? And I think that's wisely spent money. I'd hate to see us do this year after year after year, vote after vote, fail. That's not what we need here. It's not what our kids need here. It's not what this community needs. So those are my thoughts going into this. If anyone has any other discussion on the resolution, yes, Mr. Cushing.
Mr. Chairman, I actually agree with you. And I think that that was the intent of putting this out here. But the problem with it is that the whole feeling, the intensity of feeling around the downs would basically invalidate any information that we got going forward. If we don't clear the decks, then we're not going to be able, then the folks out here are going to return to the belief that this council is, working for the downs and so on and so forth. I don't think anything could be further from the truth, but perceptions are reality. And so I completely agree with you. I wouldn't have stirred up this little hornet's nest if I didn't think there was more information. Now, Councillor Hamill is fond of telling stories. I'm going to take a brief point of order. When I was in graduate school in international business, a professor gave an assignment and people scurried out of the room. They all looked puzzled that I had no clue what the assignment meant. So I went up after class and I said, could you explain this to me? He gave me 2 more facts that made it straight up easy. I did it in an hour or 2 and I got an A. The rest of the class struggled with it. The point is that sometimes you need more information. And we all have theories about how this is going to turn, and it may be multifactorial, but the fact is, if we don't clear out the static, we're not going to get the message. And that's why I've reversed myself on this point. Because I think ultimately we may end up in the same place anyway.
Well said.
Thanks.
I one point, if I
Councilor
could, just to, and I I gotta give Don a lot of credit for starting this whole thing going, without really even being sworn in yet. So, I mean, I gave him a hard time about not going to MMA training, but I'm gonna sign up for the refresher course as well. So I'll be on.
We would all appreciate that, Don.
But the one thing I think, we have here is an opportunity to pivot. Okay, we're talking about, tell us the reasons why something failed, where there's a flaw in the logic there. We're trying to survey, we're trying to prove a negative. Well, why don't we, okay, we're going to do a survey at some point. Why don't we focus on what do you want to see in a school instead of what was it about it that you voted down? Okay, look forward. Let's just pivot on that as well and put all the energy, all the positive energy forward. So, but I'm still in favor of we just clear the decks and then we just start new.
Thank you. Any other comments? No, with that, I will call the vote on the resolution. All in favor of adopting resolution 23-005? All opposed? I show that is unanimous. Thank you. Next order on tonight's agenda is order number 23-104. Mr. Fay, you're gonna have to wait.
No, this is. It's just that I don't want all of you and the school board people to think that this vote is no, anything personal.
Mr. Fay, if you could wait to a public comment section rather than interrupting the agenda, we would appreciate it. Thank you. Order number 23-104, public hearing and second reading of the proposed amendments to chapter 405, zoning ordinance section 20.c, crossroads plan development, subsection D2, plan developments relating to buffers. This was tabled from the November 8th town council meeting. And Tom, do you want to kick us off on this?
I certainly can. This is one of the obligations that was agreed to in the purchase option agreement. And the matter's been fairly thoroughly worked through, staff level, also planning board. Council's had several subsequent deliberations. And I think there were a number of possible amendments that may come forward should you consider this matter further.
Thanks, Tom. We do have opportunity for public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment on this item in particular?
More of a question. This is, just to be clear, this was prompted by the purchase option agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Mr. Lambert, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Tim Lambert, 12 Irish Drive. Iris, every time I say it, it sounds like Irish. No offense. I just want to say, obviously, we're all opposed to this. I'm opposed to this, and I'm sure many of us are, because it is part of the purchase option agreement. It should be voted down, and any zoning changes within the downs should be considered completely separate from the purchase option agreement that should be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Seeing no other public comment, I'll close public comment and turn it over to the council. Do we have a motion on this?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mm.
Okay, no council discussion on this item. I'll call it. All in favor? All opposed? Show that is defeated unanimously. Order number 23-114. Public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 405, the zoning ordinance, section 12, sign regulations, G, electronic message and time temperature signs. And do we have Autumn? Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Little change of pace here to talk about electronic messaging signs. So I'm a bit out of order, so you all will have to go through a couple of these with me. This particular one came through an ordinance committee request in September. We received a request to take a look at our requirements for the size of letters. Our electronic messaging sign last was amended in 2011, and it had very specific lettering sizes, as do our commercial design standards. So it's a very simple ordinance amendment that was proposed. This did come to you all in October, then it went to the planning board. The planning board received some additional information from staff that was requested from Counselor Shoup. We did recommend adding a bit of language that we found in our neighbors in South Portland and Saco, and it has to do with the candela. It's a nit, it's a unit of measure brightness that you can assign to the signs. I also included in the staff report a few other additional locations in our ordinance that really would help to prevent any sort of nuisance sign. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Autumn. All right, are we ready for some public comment on this? Electronic signs? Any takers? All right, nothing online. I'm going to close public comment, turn it over to the council. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor
Second.
Catarina, and a second from Councilor Seiler. Any discussion?
Did have a question.
Yes, Councilor Cushing.
I don't want to be nitpicky, but how many nits to the inch? I
I'm
mean,
not gonna do the
when
math
I-
to
when
the-
Well, when I read it, I really couldn't say, do you want to go from 7 inches to 50 or how much bigger? And my second question was, isn't there some sort of national association standard or something for these things, or does this make it up as you go?
No, so the nit is the brightness per square meter. And so you might be familiar with your smartphone. So you'll typically see a 500, that's your brightness. And so the 500 is that bright and then it goes up. Not an expert in the field. We do have a lighting engineer on our planning board, so that was really helpful when looking at these. But this is just a standard unit of measurement. As far as these electronic messaging signs, what we have on the books is the flashing and the rolling messaging seems to be really the standard for preventing and creating non-nuisance, and also the darker backgrounds and that opaque background.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to close it. Call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Sure, that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item is the order 23-115. It's public hearing and a second reading on the proposed amendments. Chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section 6 definitions, and chapter 405 zoning ordinance, section 20.c crossroads plan development, subsection B permitted uses relating to coffee house use. Autumn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will preface this by saying this has nothing to do with the option agreement. It's just been sort of floating around. It came in as a request from the Downs. The Downs is the Crossroads Plan Development District zoning, and it currently does not permit any restaurants with drive-through uses. And so we don't have a specific definition for a coffee house. And the definition that's being proposed is an American Planning Standard definition. The applicant and I worked together to come up with a way that we could address the use while preventing it from being invasive in the district. So when this went to the planning board, there was some concern about the districts and the Downs. For those of you that are familiar with it, there's the Innovation District, there's the Highgate District, there's Town Center and residential. And so a coffee house with a drive-through may be very appropriate on certain areas while not appropriate in others. And so the planning board did recommend adding a caveat. And so that is the second page of your recommendations. So there's a red line with the planning board at the top. And that is what, based on their proposal, and that's what staff would suggest. It gives some additional review from the planning board perspective. So when this goes through a site plan review, the way it's written, coffee house with drive-through service must be compatible with the character of the specific district subject to planning board review. And each of these districts have to go in and have a master plan. And so they have a different character and different requirements. And so the planning board felt comfortable with adding that as a way to allow coffee houses with drive-throughs in the appropriate locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Autumn. We do have public comment on this topic this evening. If anyone would like to talk coffee houses, please come on up.
I'm Neil Gregor from 81 King Street still. I guess the one concern I have with respect to coffee houses as defined with drive up is drive north on Route 1 from Saco through Scarborough any morning of the week and deal with the traffic that is queued up out of the driveways of Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, and Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks and Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, you know, and during those morning rush hours, that drive-through capability creates significant traffic backup in the right-hand lane of Route 1. And I don't know why we would open ourselves up to creating any more situations than we already have of allowing traffic to back up out of a business as people queue to get them. And I'm not a coffee drinker, so you know, maybe it's worth it. But it's a real traffic concern, and you know, drive it and you'll see as people weave in and out of the right-hand lane into the left-hand lane because they don't want coffee, or they weave into the right-hand lane because they want to get in the queue to get coffee. And then you've got cars coming out of the coffee houses who have already gotten their coffee, many of them trying to get across the right-hand lane into the left-hand. It's a traffic issue. I don't know why we would permit that any more than we already have it.
Thank you. Mr. Fay.
Jack Fay, 14 Mulberry Lane. I don't drink coffee either, but there was a study done on TV, I think it was on 60 Minutes the other night, that was talking about how not only coffee houses, but a lot of restaurants like Chipotle and whatnot, doing away with the inside restaurant, going strictly to drive-through. Now, I don't care one way or the other myself, but I thought the idea here was to try and avoid getting too many cars driving through the downs just to get coffee or food or whatever. We were hoping that we go into restaurants and sit down and eat and enjoy it. But it seems like there's an awful lot of push right now in restaurants, because they make more profit this way, to do away with the inside restaurants. McDonald's is talking about doing away with it, Wendy's, all the rest of them, and just go to drive-through. Now, that's something I think maybe somebody should look into, not me, somebody should look into, because that might impact everything that's going on with the plans in the downs as far as restaurants are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. Mr. Bacon.
Good evening, Dan Bacon here on behalf of Crossroads, and congratulations, Nick, on being chair. I know you do a great job, as got plenty of practice with the planning board. I want to thank Autumn and the planning board on their work on this amendment, and also the amendments that have come forward since our first reading. We're comfortable with those changes. We think they make a lot of sense in terms of making sure any drive-through coffee meets the character of the district, and we really anticipate one, maybe two, you know, within the entire project, and we too want to make sure they would fit into the character of the project. I just wanted to calm any fears around traffic in that the Downs has pre-approved curb cuts. They've already been approved by Maine DOT and the planning board, so we can't add additional curb cuts. And any drive-through coffee shop would need to be internal in the site. So concern around kind of queuing into, say, Higas Parkway or Payne Road really wouldn't happen based on our approvals in place. So traffic shouldn't be a concern around what you see along Route 1. And also the planning board has very robust standards that deal with that type of issue. And we know that they'll kind of do their due diligence during site plan. So I just want to clarify that for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, turn it over to the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion, a second discussion. Karen.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this tonight. When you pull up the Crossroad Plan Development Zoning Ordinance number 9, it says walkable, pedestrian oriented design. And and it says the objective of the CPD district, which is the Crossroad Plan Development District, is to create a walkable, pedestrian oriented environment. I don't need to go on. I do know, I did watch the planning board as the planning board liaison, and 2 members specifically spoke out against this. I think this is counterintuitive to what the whole plan was for the master plan for the Downs. And also, I mean, the Downs was part of
the crossroad plan development zoning creation. So they were very well aware at the beginning from the creation of this, that this was not what they wanted in this. This was not part of what the design was, and we want it to be walkable. I was only on planning board for a year, but that was the consistent message, was we want this to be walkable. We want to encourage people to be walking. This is the opposite. I feel like this is in violation of the ordinance, and it's a very gray area, but I just cannot support this. And this is going in the direction of the opposite direction, I think, was what the plan was. And at first it was one, and then I just heard maybe two. And it's, you know, is it going to be local or is it going to be another Starbucks? And that's already the conversations that we're having. And you can't control it. Our good or bad, our planning board approved the Starbucks that we have down the street, and that is a disaster for drive-through. And so I think, yes, the planning board will vet it, but we don't really know what that means, and we really don't know what it's going to look like.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Anderson.
Yep. So I'm going to support this tonight. And I think it has to do more with, I think, what Mr. Fay had mentioned, how the market has changed and businesses are relying on drive-throughs to be able to service their customers. And I think that's a real change. Like, I know whenever I go to a place that has indoor seating or drive-throughs now, I don't even think people can staff the inside of the restaurant anymore, because they just don't have people and they rely on the drive-through. And I think that's just the reality with jobs right now, but also where the market is going. And I think this seems like a very tiny change in scope to the zoning to allow specifically just for coffee houses. And, you know, there are going to be people who are going to be driving through and might need to stop for coffee along the way. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing to allow for that in this particular environment. So I'm going to support it tonight.
Thank you, John. Mr. Cushing.
Yes, question. I was unclear as to how you differentiate between a coffee house and McDonald's. I mean, McDonald's serves coffee and it serves food, and Starbucks does the same thing. And so can you help me understand that better?
It would be based on their primary. So our restaurant definition is the business, the principal activity of which is serving food to the public. And so McDonald's, Wendy's, those sorts of places, Chipotle would be a restaurant. We don't have a definition for coffee house right now. So Starbucks, Dunkin', all would be a restaurant. So that's why part one of the proposal is to create that definition for a coffee house. So now Starbucks and Dunkin' would be coffee house, and Aroma Joe's, that sort of thing, while McDonald's and Chipotle would remain restaurants.
So, but
and to be fair, and this is an internal conversation we've had, if their line ever gets so vague, that is my job and the zoning administrator's job to make that discretionary decision. If is McDonald's now a coffee shop because they quit making hamburgers? So, you know, that may be something that we have to revisit, but that's how it is now.
Thank you.
Any other counselor thoughts on this? And just a quick clarification, if we did want to include the language stating coffee houses with drive-through services must be compatible with the character of the specific district subject to the planning board review, we would need to amend our motion, because on first read, that language was not contained. Yes, Mr. Anderson.
I would like to move that we amend to add the language that coffee houses with drive-through service must be compatible with the character of the specific district subject to planning board review.
I'll second that.
I have a second. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, all in favor of approving the amendment to the motion? All against? No, so that is unanimous. So the motion as amended is still under discussion. For what it's worth, I'll give my thoughts on this. Having spent a decent amount of my adult life on the planning board here, I would say I have a lot of faith in the people on that planning board. And I heard stacking, which is the official term for cars that just can't get, was that Mr. Gregory was, you know, on Saco. It's poor planning is what you're looking at when that happens. That is not taking into account stacking, rush hour, things like that. And I will tell you, I believe our planning board and the people and the staff that advises our planning board does a really good job. I know that was, you know, I used to harp on that when Dunstan Crossing was talking about getting banks in certain areas. My concern's always been stacking. Don't back up traffic for, you know, a drive-through service. I do appreciate Mr. Bacon coming up and clarifying that No extra curb cuts would be going into the downs. So this would be an internal restaurant slash coffee house. I'm supportive of this change with as amended. I think it's fine. Hey, I need a cup of coffee in the morning to get my day going, and sometimes you don't have time to make it at home. So all the best. So any other comments? No? All right, I'll call it. Motion as amended. All in favor? Opposed? All right, I show 5-2. Motion passes. Thank you. If the council will entertain me, I'd like to make a motion to make order number 23122, which is under old business, and bring it up here with order 23-119 and 23-120. These are all related to the land option agreement, and I think it would probably serve us well if we could maybe discuss and handle them all at one back-to-back fell swoop. So I've and we would take public comment on all three at one time if you like. So I have a motion.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? All right, thank you. So this item number is 23-119, public hearing and second reading on the proposed zoning map change for portion RO 52006 and UO 56001, being an approximately 9.4 acre parcel located off of Higas Parkway, currently zoned Higas Parkway to Crossroads Plan Development. This was tabled from the November 8th meeting and is now on our agenda for now. And as mentioned, we will take comment on this order number 119, 120, and 122. 120, for those of you that wanted to know, was the 35.8 acre parcel located off of Preservation Way, currently zoned Village VR4 to Crossroads Planning Development. And then order 1222, which is the second reading on the request for the school impact fees to make fiscal year 2023 required payments to Crossroad Holdings beginning December 1st through November 2024, or until the town closes on the purchase property with a total maximum exposure of 175,000. So those are the three items we'd like to hear public comment on if you're so interested. Same rules apply. Let's be respectful. 3 minutes. Keep an eye on me and state your name and your address for the record.
Jack Fay, 14 Mulberry Lane. I object to the zoning thing for the same reasons I talked about before. The VR one changing it to CPD takes away the restriction that there is no vehicular access to Sawyer Road. That's in place now. I don't want to see it taken out because then that will provide a shortcut going over Sawyer Road or the Trackview Terrace land or just above it into going to shopping in the downs. So I don't want to see that change. The other aspect was just a point of order. It says $175,000. I think the last time it was supposed to be changed. $25,000 for 13 months was $325,000. And then it was kicked around whether it was 11 months or not. It's a different dollar amount, 275 or 325.
Yeah, I think the confusion was probably what the fiscal year impact would have been. The
Okay.
175 was for fiscal year 2020.
I thought at the last meeting that got changed.
2024. Thank you.
Other than that, I just want to voice my opinion. I don't want the VR district to change because it has a restriction in there, no vehicular access to Sawyer Road. If that gets changed to the CPD, that restriction disappears. Thank you. Oh, since I'm here and I got that minute, like I tried to say before, the school board and all you people up there, the vote no is nothing personal against any of you. You know, you've done a hard job and I understand. I did things like that when I dealt in contracts with the state. If you do all that work and it doesn't work out, it's disappointing. I went home and had a scotch, but I didn't take it personally. Okay? Don't take it personally. And I'm going to be there at the school board meeting tomorrow night to offer solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. We appreciate it.
Point of information though, real quick, because I just want to make sure, is it accurate, Autumn, that changing the zoning would actually address what Mr. Fay said? Because I thought it would require separate action by council to create vehicular access.
No, the VR4 district is what limits the access to Sawyer from residential to non-residential. And this action would be changing VR4 to CPD, but it wouldn't be changing the VR4 that's adjacent to Sawyer. So that still exists.
Take off the specific reference to no vehicle.
It would not.
So-
No, it's not changing the VR4 zoning district at all. That district still stands.
Thank you. Right.
Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. I just was going to comment on the two zoning changes and assuming since they are actions related to the purchase option agreement and they were concessions as part of that, that they will not be moving forward, that the zoning will remain the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bristol.
Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road, whoops. I have a question. Sorry, I have a question. Is the 9.4 acres, is that the parcel that with the school, when the school had the 22 acres, they were gonna cut off a few acres off? That's not the same. No, thank you.
Neil Gregoire, still at 81 King Street. I guess last week, I started off my comments, saying I appreciate all the hard work, time and effort that you put in as a council. Individually and collectively, to sit at those tables is not an easy job. If we were in the Senate or the House of Representatives, we'd have whips counting votes and making sure that, where we were, my quick count is that, or listening to the comments is that you intend to vote against these next three items, which I think is the right thing to do. Okay. I understand it's difficult. I understand there's been a lot of time and effort put into getting us where we are, both by the council and by the building committee and the school board. And I think we just have to, I think the decision to bite the bullet, cut our losses and move forward is what we need to do. Specifically with respect to Councillor Cushing's comments, I'm midway through an email to Shannon, unfortunately she left, offering to join or be part of the building committee. I mean, I have ideas. The whole thing around a survey, I understand both sides. I mean, I tend to really lean heavily towards statistically wanting to know how the vote went, also what people would expect, but that's just me. So anyway, I obviously am opposed to the next three items. I hope you vote no. I hope you walk away, feeling good about tonight and that we all just kind of get this behind us as we head into the holidays. We start 2024 with a new plan and that we can successfully come up with a school design that both meets the needs of our students and is supported by the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Summers.
Tim Summers, Holmes Road, 267. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close public comments, turn this over to the board. The first item on here, is there a motion for order 23-119?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second discussion.
We're
Any
off our
discussion?
cadence. We don't know what to do now.
You
We'll
take care
figure
of
it
this,
out.
John,
We'll
you
figure
be
it out.
quiet.
Draw straws later. Any discussion on this side? Seeing none, I'll call the
Oh,
vote.
hold on.
Oh,
Can I
yes.
say something
Ms. Seiler.
first? Sure. So I'll say my piece now and then we can go through the next two items. I appreciate the council's consideration of all of these things. I appreciate how much time everybody spent working through this. I do feel badly about my vote to vote down the resolution because I spoke to the process and then I went ahead and voted down the resolution and that does not feel good. acknowledgement that I'm on a sinking ship is okay. I think sometimes you read the room. But that being said, I do hope that the public and this council will take into consideration that the building committee and the school board may feel like this was a blow. And so in whatever communications we have moving forward, I just want to acknowledge that, you know, taking these actions without having them having given them the opportunity to meet first, you know, that's probably going to be tough.
So
And then
noted. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Anderson.
So I'm gonna be a no for these as we talked about, but you know, the way we went about this was very much through a contract where the town was really putting these forward. And so I just want the developer to know that if they want to come back with a, you know, true concept, true application in the future and do it through the right process, because I still personally feel at the end of the day, some of these changes financially are going to be good for Scarborough. In terms of the land deal to move forward, I'm going to be a no tonight, but I don't want to discourage them from doing the necessary work that they would have to do to eventually come forward with a real package to the planning board in the future, with a concept, with a plan that could come back to the council in the future to really look at any rezoning to see if it makes sense, and if it's in the best interest of the community. I think some of these could actually be that financially and could actually help with concerns I hear in the community about affordability. That does mean more density, that does mean more housing, but I think as we think about affordability in our community and being able to stay here, the density, the focus here really does help with that. So I don't want to lose sight of that as a real benefit. And so I just want to just put that out there that I hope the developer would consider coming forward with a full application in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? All opposed? Show that defeated. Thank you. Order number 23-01. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, 120.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Show that defeated. Thank you. Order number 23-122. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Well, that's 7 that goes defeated. Thank you. We are now into old business, order number 23-105, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the request from 3i Home POAH to enter into a credit enhancement agreement with the town of Scarborough to develop a state-of-the-art accessible apartment community.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we take a quick break so they can clear the room?
yes,
we don't have
I
anything
think that's a
else.
great suggestion.
Yeah.
Upon a 5 to 6 minute recess, we will continue with order 23-105.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all for entertaining our recess. We will continue on with order 23-105, first reading and schedule the public hearing and second reading on the request from 3i Home POAH to enter into a credit enhancement agreement with the town of Scarborough to develop a state-of-the-art accessible apartment community in the town center at the Downs. This was tabled from September 20th. And who we have kicking this off?
I can certainly
Thank
lead it in. I do see the applicant developer here who certainly is available for questions and comments as well. As was mentioned, this matter was tabled from the September 20 meeting. At that time, the intent and hope was to have council take action prior to the developer making application for financing. Due to a clerical error on our part, we're not able to get public notice published in time. And so the council, I believe the rationale at the time, understanding that they could not have council action taken to help support their application for larger financing. This matter was tabled really to buy some time to understand where that financing stands. And I can't speak to the status of that, but I'm sure we can get some input there. But essentially the terms of this proposal are a 15-year credit enhancement agreement for 50%, and that would be reimbursing taxes paid. I believe the packet is complete. I would note the order, I think, has one erroneous reference to senior affordable housing, and this project is, to my knowledge, not senior focused. It has an entirely different purpose. And so that was certainly an oversight, and I would say that's a scrivener's error. We can correct that. I think all the record from the application all the way through is quite clear and concise in terms of what the project is and what it isn't. So I just wanted to point that out. It may be helpful to hear from the developer at your convenience.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Fellows?
Thank you. Corey Fellows, Preservation of Affordable Housing, also coincidentally 12 Snowberry Drive in Scarborough. Congratulations, Chairman McGee. Just a quick status update on the project. As Mr. Hall described, we had initially hoped that we could have a CEA approved in time to have that factored into our application to Maine Housing. We've applied for a total of over $8 million of financing with the State Housing Finance Agency, which includes low-income housing tax credits, as well as a first mortgage and subordinate financing from them as well. Because of the way that this is unfolded, and we do appreciate the town's support throughout, just the way things sort of played out, that ended up not being possible. So we will not be able to, if and when the CEA is approved, we will not earn a point for that. The Maine housing process, as many of you know, and we've talked about in the past, is a competitive process. It's a competitive round, and applicants are scored on hard criteria so that it can be sort of compared apples to apples. So we're sort of, that ship has sort of sailed, so we won't have that opportunity to earn that 1 or 2 points that we could have had there. We're still cautiously optimistic about our prospects, and we expect to hear announcements on awards sometime probably between Thanksgiving and mid-December, based on what we're hearing and based on past experience. So again, we're cautiously optimistic there, but you sort of never know from round to round how it's gonna go. So we still would greatly appreciate the council's support for the CEA. As I described at the council workshop that we held back in early September, and I outlined in the letter that was provided in advance of this meeting, there are some very strong economic imperatives for having the CEA. The operational savings associated with that enable us to leverage more long-term debt. I mentioned that one of the pieces that we're requesting from Maine Housing is a first mortgage. And just to give you a sense of the leveraging power of this, for every $1,000 of annual CEA savings, that enables us to potentially support another $15,000 in debt. So that really adds up. And based on what our original proposal, which we hope the council will reconsider going forward, for 60% CEA for the full remaining term of the underlying CEA, which runs to 2048, I believe, that would enable us to borrow close to $800,000 beyond what we otherwise would have been able to support. Obviously, the ultimate precise number will depend on interest rates, which, as we know, are highly variable, but that's just to give you an idea that this is really leveraging a lot of other financing from other sources. So we do appreciate, and I know I appreciate as a resident and a taxpayer, and heard a lot about it tonight. Great night to be associated with the Downs, but we feel like we've got a good deal with them. They've been great to work with. We feel we've got a good deal on the price of the land. I do appreciate the council's attention to tax burdens and service provision. But I think we all believe that, this is a good long-term investment for the town. I neglected to mention that our local partner, Paul Lynette from 3i Home, is here as well, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Corey.
you.
Appreciate it. Do we have any members of the public this evening that would like to speak on this topic?
Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. First of all, I want to say this is a fabulous project, and I think it would be a fabulous thing and something that Scarborough could feel very proud about having as part of its community. But what concerns me is that with the 50 or 60% that Mr. Fellows is requesting, along with the 40% underlying CEA that the Downs already has, the taxpayers will be shouldering 90 to 100% of the cost to serve. In addition to that, the Downs can also count these 51 units as its required 10% affordable housing against the 400 growth permits over the next 3 years. Plus, they can pull these 51 permits from the open-ended affordable pool. So what I would love to see the council consider and take action on is going back to the Downs CEA and, or not going back to the CEA, but see the Downs 40% either foregoing that for this project or, in general, or to apply it to the 50 or 60% that Mr. Fellows is seeking. And also the town is already committed, I believe the Housing Authority is committed to 200,000 to this project. So I think the taxpayers have done more than their fair share to bring this to fruition. And I'd love to see, again, the Downs be the private part of a public-private public partnership. And one last thing too, along the same lines, with all the discussion tonight about the option agreement, I started to read the town's policy and process for a CEA. And so there are criteria, there's 3 of which that any credit enhancement agreement has to meet at least 3 of the following objectives. One of the objectives is that the project is financially advantageous for the town. And again, the town meaning the taxpayers. This is a great project and I'd like to see the Downs help figure out how to make it work. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Ms. Bristol.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think that the speaker made a mistake in one of her things. She said that it counts against the affordable. And I think that's incorrect. And if I could have the planning director.
Doing just some clarification.
Yeah.
So
Please.
I believe, and correct me, it will count towards their CEA, the 10% overall.
Yep.
But that part, but the permits will come out of the affordable housing pool. So the 100 that we have. So I actually owe you all a report because they've already received 51 growth permits from that.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I could just add to that too, I got that information in an earlier email exchange, I think with Councilor McGee and Councilor Anderson some time ago. When you were presenting the rate of growth ordinance, that's what it was about. And asked specifically about, what counted towards the 10%. And I was told the uplands, and then Councilor Anderson, I think, got clarification saying that for this next phase, it would be this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hamel.
Sue Hamel, Bay Street and Pine Point. This project will be 51 units, and there'll be 31 one-bedroom units, 16 two-bedroom units, and 4 three-bedroom units. This is not a senior project, which, as Tom already clarified, this development will likely house families with children, as shown by the configuration of the apartments. The value of the building is 14.6 million. And if the tax rate is $16, the mill rate, the current rate is 15.97, just to round it. So the taxes paid annually by this building will be 233,600. All but 23,360 will be returned to the Downs, who gets 40%, and 3i Home, who will get 50%. That 10% left over for Scarborough to cover the cost to serve per year is just $23,000. It will not even cover the cost of one student in our schools. The total we will pay 3i Home over 15 years will be 1.7 million. This means that the taxpayers of Scarborough will be covering almost all the costs to serve this community. The total we will pay during that time to the Downs over 24 years will be 2.2 million. This is a very worthwhile project. But we need to say no. Unless the Downs agrees to share a portion of their CEA payment, the taxpayers of Scarborough cannot afford to shoulder the burden of this development's cost to serve. We need to send a strong message to the Downs that if they claim to be our partner, they must start acting like a partner. When the town agreed to give the Downs a 40% CEA, that foreclosed our ability to provide financial relief like this to a really worthy project, even though they might meet many of the goals we have established in our comprehensive plan. We've got to say no to this. Basically, you're asking the taxpayers, all the other taxpayers of Scarborough, to pay for all the costs associated with this building. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take the comment online next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sturgeon.
All right. So my name is Mitch Sturgeon, and I'm on the board of directors for 3i Home. And if you'll indulge me, I just want to give you the perspective of this project from somebody who has a disability. Due to advanced MS, I'm a quadriplegic, and I have no movement below the neck. But, you know, despite that, I'm really one of the lucky ones. I have financial resources, a background in engineering and technology, and the skills to advocate for myself. I live in a bustling, diverse, generally accessible neighborhood. Public transportation is nearby. Many people with similar disabilities, though, have few financial resources or other support. They may lack the ability to self-advocate. Their housing may not be located near community resources. So through extensive modifications, I've been able to control the environment in my house, such as lights, doors, shades, blinds, televisions and music, temperature, ceiling fans, phones, computers, and more. This gives me a measure of independence. Many people with similar disabilities have none of this. When it comes to home modifications or smart assistive technology, they don't know where to even begin. They lead lives that are totally dependent on others. You know, it's not only people with disabilities who will benefit from this project. An independent living facility like ours is an asset to the community, not a burden. The entire community is strengthened by diverse relationships with those who have had different life experiences like us. So these are my people, and I predict you're going to love us. And as a reminder, it is the law. Community living is a legal right for people with disabilities. So 3i Home and our team will design each of the 51 apartments with state-of-the-art smart assistive technology, the kind that I've enjoyed for years. But it takes funding to make this happen, and we need your support. Most of our rentals are one-bedroom units, quite a few two-bedroom units, and a smattering of three-bedroom units. I'm so pleased that we can support even a small number of multi-generational families that have at least one member with a mobility disability. Never in my life have I worked on something so meaningful, so life-changing for so many people. So I'm asking you to help by supporting the CEA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgeon. Mr. Gregory. It's Gregoire or Gregory?
Gregoire.
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 I'll get that.
Wow, I got a text from my wife. I now live in the backyard at 81 King Street. Could I ask a question of the developers? Are you a nonprofit organization? You are. Okay, so you operate as a nonprofit.
501c3 nonprofit.
Thank you. I guess I have.
For the benefit of those at home, I'm gonna ask, because he's not in front of a microphone. The answer was yes, they're a nonprofit and it's a 501c3, correct?
For those of you who are.
The rest of your questions need
For
to come
those
to
of
the
you who are
chair.
on the tax code. Okay, I have really mixed emotions on this, okay? My wife and I are parents of an adult son with autism. I think I mentioned last time that probably in not too many years, I'm gonna be over at Memorial Park fertilizing the lawn. And I would like to think that somewhere down the road, there is the ability for him to live at least semi-independently, and he's a high-functioning autistic child. So he does have some abilities, but he will never live on his own. I'm not sure that this facility that's being referenced here today is something that would apply to him, but I'm very sensitive to the perspective of having facilities like that available for young adults that basically their parents who have taken care of them all their lives die. Okay. And now what do? Do you put them in a group home? Do you put them off on other relatives? And I don't know the answer. So I'm very sensitive to what they're trying to do. I also, I guess, as this whole thing with the Downs has come unwrapped, I'm more than ever convinced that we should not be doing credit enhancement, amendment, authorization, whatever, agreements for residential purposes. I think that there is no need to be doing that. Okay. I came up here with the intent of asking a question as to whether the Downs had an underlying CEA on what is going to become their project. And the answer obvious to that is yes. And so my question is, the Downs is going to make their money selling the land. If history's any indication, the Risberas are going to make money building their building. Maybe the Downs should be providing this guarantee. I think, I understand where they're coming from. We need a guarantee. I'm assuming that your intent is to make these apartments affordable and to keep them affordable. And that's that to me is a big thing, keeping them affordable. But maybe the Downs should be the one who should be providing the guarantee. They're the ones at the end of the day, they're going to pocket all the money on this deal. And I somewhat agree that although it's a good social purpose, I'm not sure it's fair to continue. Where do you say no to the next project that comes forward? How do you address that? How do you keep this from just becoming one after another after another? So I absolutely support their process, their project. I absolutely think it's something that we would be proud to have in the community. Push comes to shove, I would probably support it as a vote because I don't think there's any other alternative except going to the Downs and saying, we want you to ante up. You can't be making 40 cents on every dollar that happens, and then the community, be paying that 40 cents plus be paying another 50 cents, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's not counting down. So anyway, I absolutely, I love these guys. I love their proposal. I'm sensitive to the generational aspect. So I'm not sure that you can put a restriction on it that it become an adults only facility, which would take some of the school cost out of it. I know I'm going, but I think the Downs should be putting up some of that money.
Thank you. Mr. Fellows? Yeah, Mr. Fellows, go ahead.
Thank you. Corey Fellows again, Preservation of Affordable Housing, part of the 3I team. Just in terms of, this notion that, that something more should be asked of the Downs. I mean, I would respectfully submit it's a little bit of a red herring. I mean, there's an agreement that the parties have. We believe that the price of the land is below market. The Downs has spent millions of dollars on infrastructure, which includes infrastructure that will serve our project. I don't think this is the time or the place to have a, credit enhancement agreement 101 discussion, but it is a tool that the town has at its disposal and it has used. It has appropriate uses. We believe that this is one of them. There's a great public benefit to it. No one's lining their pocket with this. We're both nonprofits. These are going to be affordable units that will be affordable in perpetuity. The seller might make some money. God bless America. If something good comes of it, all the better. So those are my thoughts. I will say as another point of clarification that the Downs is not getting credit, so to speak, for all 51 affordable units. We'll be happy to follow up on that in more detail offline, but per the award of the funding from the Housing Alliance, there's a provision there that carves some of that out. So thanks again.
Thank you, Corey.
Mr. Chair, my name is Paul Lynette. I'm the fourth I in 3I Housing of Maine, chief instigator. The 3 I's are independent living through innovative technology in an integrated home and community-based setting. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting everyone who is on the council, but I hope that perhaps in brief remarks, I could put a couple of the statements that were previously made into context. I have prepared remarks, but I'm going to dispense with them. This project has garnered in the short period of time enormous attention for being a unique property that will actually enhance the quality of life for potentially thousands of people in the state of Maine. I may be exaggerating a little bit, but we know we're going to be oversubscribed. We know that there is a desperate need for housing, for affordable housing, and moreover, for accessible housing. There are simply not enough accessible homes for households who are otherwise camping out in a van and using the Kennebunk rest stop in order to do their hygiene. I wanted to just give you an example from one note that we had unsolicited. I've been in a wheelchair since I was a toddler and have always dreamed of a place like this in Maine, where adults with physical disabilities will have a place to feel safer and welcomed. I may be in a situation where I need to consider being institutionalized, and the thought of that terrifies me. I just want to thank you for what you're doing and would love to be kept in mind for any apartments you open. So the reality is, if you have, under current circumstances, need for housing and you qualify for your status of life with various needs of activities of daily living, the current system is a bias towards institutionalization. That's warehousing people. And we think that that paradigm can be shifted and that Scarborough can be a leader and a model for replication. This has been supported by the demonstrated commitment that the federal government has made to our project on creating this new type of innovative technology, assistive technology that my colleague Mitch mentioned earlier in his remarks. Similarly, the state has also stepped up and made one of our central themes around this integrated community, a model for potential replication that would save and break this logjam of warehousing people in either institutions or unduly hospital stays, long hospital stays that are costing the taxpayers money. So I think that the public benefit here is significant. I can't quantify it for you, but there is enough there to say that this is not all on the backs of this taxpayers, and that the CEA does have a meaningful way to have an impact for this project to come to fruition. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. It's kind of atypical. Yeah, as presenters or as commenters from the public, I guess.
Really sure.
So you get a minute.
Okay. Keep in mind, I don't know if you read the purchase and sale agreement that was attached to this item in a previous package. The Downs will get lots of great press when this comes to fruition. But they wrote that if 3i Home as a nonprofit becomes a non-taxpayer, 3i Home would be required to pay to the Downs the 40% that they would have received, the 40% of what the taxes would be, so that they would collect no matter what. So apparently they didn't think it was such a worthwhile project that they, would be ever willing to forego their 40%.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any online, Liam? Okay. All right, I'm going to close public comment, turn it over to the council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. And a motion and a second discussion. Yes, Ms. Katarina.
Yeah, I'd like to know when in the world families with disabilities and their members and their children are something bad and something evil and shouldn't be given assistance, and why would we give them any deal? I mean, that's my first concern. My second concern is, frankly, as G. Marie Katarina individual, I am tired to death of the vitriol to do with the Downs. I'm tired of it. I try to explain it 18 ways to Sunday to people about what the CEAs are, what they mean, whatever. Forget the Downs. Think and focus on what is the purpose of this project. This project will be a leader not only in this area, but in the United States for what can be done for persons with disabilities. And yeah, I have a bit of a bias towards it because at one point in my varied life, I worked with people with disabilities. I was a job developer. Went out and worked with corporations to get folks jobs, meaningful jobs with job coaches so that they could learn, how to work. And so corporations could learn that people with disabilities are just like you and me. So I'm tired of it. I'm tired. And I will obviously be voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So, sir, we can't have outbursts, sir. Please, I'm going to ask you kindly, please, to cut your comments short here. Please don't ask me to make you leave. This is not a good start. I know we weren't going to be friends, but this is not a good start. All right. Please, no more outbursts. Your time to talk is over. Sorry, you had a shot at the microphone. It is now our turn to comment. Thank you. Councilor Hamel.
I believe that this project will go forward, whether the CEA gets approved or not. At no time, I think, has anybody suggested this is anything but a worthy project. And I hear what Jean Marie is saying, and I support it completely. The fact that we're trying to verify some aspects of this so that we make sure that, they're getting the support they need, but also that we're not, encouraging something that doesn't sound like, it could be precedent setting in terms of, what the Downs is trying to do here. So I know this has been a tough night for the Downs, so I don't really believe in piling on, but I believe that this needs more work. Okay, we have to take another look at the questions that have been raised. There was, it was more than just a simple typographical error that, about the senior aspect of this. It is more appropriately an affordable housing unit. So I think we can't overlook the issues that have been raised about the costs to serve. And I know that we tend to be weak on those points because our numbers are not that good, but those are frankly things that we need to consider. So worthy project, I support it. I fully believe that we can, get it through the process, but I don't think it's ready for prime time. I think we have some other work to do before we can approve it. I know it's been delayed already and that the applicants have been patient, but I think we need to take the time to work through the other issues.
Thank you, Councilor Hamel. I'm going to Councilor Cushing first.
Thank you. I have some fuzzy math questions, I guess. In the prep materials, I saw that the cost of this in a 50-50 deal to the town was $744,312. It was a one-line thing. And so that means that the total value of the deal, Monty, is 1.488, and that the town would be a beneficiary. The town would get half and they would get half. But now I'm understanding that that all gets diminished by a preceding deal with the CEA. So really, if I'm following this, then the town gets 10% and everybody else gets 90. Do I understand that correctly? First off.
Yeah, Tom, do you want to help clarify on that?
Yeah, the town has previously agreed to reimburse 40% of any taxes paid to Crossroads Development. And that includes this property as well. What's before you this evening is a request for 50% of that remainder to go toward this project, directly toward this project. I would like to correct some of the numbers that were offered at the podium. Town has done its part of calculating what the expected reimbursement would be, and you quoted the correct number from staff's professional perspective. I can't necessarily speak to the speaker's math and what sort of assumptions were used, but the town assessor, and this is based on pretty good history of similar affordable projects in Scarborough that value these projects at full build and when they're operational at about $100,000 a unit. So that puts the total value, taxable value, about 5 million. And that matters greatly when you factor what the expected taxes will be paid and therefore reimbursed. So we stand behind the numbers that are in the last page of your packet.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So since this is a first reading, I'm going to vote for it, but I think that it would help me to be able to reconcile my heart and my head and to have a clearer presentation of the numbers so that I can just see on paper, here's the bottom line as we come to the next reading. This is the tax benefit to the town, which I'm assuming there is based on what I've seen here. But apparently it's not clear to some people up here. So let's make that clear because I don't know that the town of Scarborough needs to be in the business of solving all the world's problems, but this seems like something that would be of benefit to our community. But I don't want it to get buried because the numbers are confusing. So that's why I'm asking the question. And if I'm the dumb one, that's okay. You can educate me.
Counselor, we're pleased to do that. Simply put, the town would stand to get 10% of taxes paid would come back to us and be available for general purposes.
Okay, and how much do you think that is roughly?
It would be 130,000, right?
It depends over which term. So
I'm just looking at that and doing 10% tax revenue.
that's
That's
a fair-
not, looking at the slide on the screen,
yeah,
just for those at home.
That's certainly a fair representation, about $130,000 over the
Total.
term. Over the
Over the
15-year
term.
Over the term.
Yes.
Okay.
Just if I could make one further point, if I could, just to clarify, it's tempting, and I've done it myself, to look at a particular project, this one in particular, it's in front of you, and to consider what's left over and what the impacts cost to serve might be. The Downs project in particular, it's important for all of us to recognize that we need to look at the project in its totality. And, you know, the overall resources that come to the town by way of new value created, taxes paid, against the cost to serve in the aggregate. And so I just encourage you all to think of it in that larger sense than project by project.
Thank you.
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, you know, I won't forget Counselor Clucci and the statement he made when this project came up. Because we were very much debating financials, and again, I know that's an important part to a lot of members of the community. And he made the statement that this is also a value decision, and what do we value? And I think the social value that this project happens to bring forward is worth more than the $700,000 that was listed up there. So I'm very much supportive of doing the CEA. It's for 15 years. It's not in perpetuity. Eventually, the town would reap the full benefit of those taxes in the future from that property. I see this as an upfront investment in a very important social cause that I think I'm proud that Scarborough is the place where this project chose and hopefully will succeed. And if that success is dependent on our partnership, I'm 100% behind the partnership and moving this forward and ultimately approving it.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Seidler.
I have a question about timing, and this is coming before us. I know we tabled it from September. There was some application deadlines that unfortunately were not met. And now you'll hear whether or not the project was approved in the next couple of weeks, I heard you say. And so for us, you know, having our arms around this and kind of having time to think about this, I think is good in terms of being able to look at the numbers. And I know Councilor Cushing was not on the council when this first came before us, so there's a little bit of catch up to do there. But I just wanted to make sure that, you know, from a process standpoint, we were a little bit under the gun before, you know, having the conversation, but now it seems like we do have a little bit of flexibility in time. And so I would be in support of this at first reading. But I would like to have some time to think about what the other impacts are going to be. And we had talked about the threshold of that 40% CEA being important for points on the application. That doesn't seem to be as big of a factor now, but you know, so what is the sweet spot here, maybe with something that we could offer as a council in terms of an amendment or an amended amount, but still have it be really meaningful. And I want some more time to think about that. So I'll be supporting this at first reading with that in mind.
Thank you, April. Karen.
So I think this is a great project. I guess the details of the numbers I'm not as particularly concerned about them at the point. I'm more about the value that this brings to the town. I personally am okay with the town shouldering the burden for the next 15 years to help such a great project get started and bring, I think, some great things to the town generally. So I think this is a great idea. I mean, it'll be important to see the numbers. I'm not sure if they're going to sway me to vote no per se. And I think we should encourage to do this. Thanks.
Thanks, Karen. So Don, was that a nod? Are you ready to go?
Just one quick comment. I just want to make sure that we're looking at the potential risks associated with the Crossroads Holdings having multiple sources of of revenue from a single transaction. I have a problem with that. So I want to learn more about it. I'm not sure I'm framing the question correctly, but I do want to look at that.
I think that's reasonable, Don, to wonder if, there are other parcels that come up at some other time if we're going to be having to go through this. I think that's a reasonable question, that we should as a council probably be considering too, whether or not that's something we want to see pursued within the Downs, given their current CEA. But specifically to this project, I struggle with this personally because I don't think it's a secret. I don't love CEAs. Not sure I love TIFs, although I'm told that I should love TIFs. I've always looked at CEAs in general as corporate welfare. And this is why I get hung up on this one, because I don't necessarily see this as corporate welfare as much as I do community welfare. And so, as we grow and learn, sometimes you got to eat your own words. But I personally will say that I can't think of another project that would be more worthy of community assistance. And that's kind of, all of my previous preconceived notions on Cs or TIFs, whatever it is. At the end of the day, this is a very promising project. And I think if Scarborough, we want to set them up for success. And what does that mean? Does that mean I'm foregoing, $1 million in tax revenues for this community? And that's the question I'm being asked right now. And that's the way I view it, is over, a 10, 15-year period. Am I asked worth $1 million worth of tax revenue? And I think this project, it can be nationally recognized. It can be the model for something to come. I hear complaints constantly that we don't do enough for affordable housing or for people with disabilities. This kind of checks those boxes. So I'm happy to support this on first read. I wouldn't mind more information, more cleanup before we get to second read. And I think if any information you can, as the applicant, provide us as far as timing, whether there is, I don't expect you to come in asking for less than you possibly could ask for. But if there was something that also made sense on your end that would help maybe cross that bridge for a couple of us up here, I'd ask you to hopefully send us something that looks like that. But with that said, is there any other councilor comments? No, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Show 6-1. Thank you. Next item on tonight's agenda is we're into second reading on proposed chapter 602B, the Town of Scarborough Temporary Event Overflow Parking Ordinance. And Autumn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an item that's been before you a few times. This started out with the June discussion between the Scarborough State Beach Park and our staff trying to determine how they could have an unimproved parking lot. What's before you is a preliminary or a proposal for a new permit, if you will. It's the Town of Scarborough Temporary Event Overflow Parking Ordinance. And it sets up a framework so that anyone, including the applicant that came in and initiated the request, could request temporary parking for an event. It would be a 30-day, no more than 30 days. It doesn't have to be 30 consecutive days. It can be in any 30 days in a calendar year. The size of the parking area is 40,000 square feet. And so just under 1 acre, which keeps us in compliance with our stormwater MS4 requirements. And there's a limitation of 115 spaces. Since our last meeting on this, you all have received, we received another memo from Mr. Manahan representing Prouts Neck in support with an amendment to the notifications. We received a letter from John Hawkins, likewise in support with the modification to notification. And then recently we received a letter from the Scarborough State Beach Park in support without the modifications to the public hearing process. As presented, it is the original. I have not presented an amendment that changes the public hearing process. This follows what we require for many of our other permits in the town. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Autumn. We appreciate it. You have opportunity for public comment on this item.
Good evening. My name is Matt Manahan. I represent Prouts Neck Improvement Association. Most of you, with the exception of Councilor Cushing, have heard from me before, so I'll try to be brief. You've had a long evening. So just, as I say, very briefly, we do support, as Autumn says, we support this ordinance. But you have in your packet a letter from John Hawkins, the president of the Prouts Neck Improvement Association, and we are requesting additional notice. We believe that for the reasons stated in our various letters, that it would be unfair to the members of the public to expect them to be able to hire an expert potentially to review an application if warranted by the situation in a particular application. It would be the additional public notice we're requesting would be only a very minor additional burden on the applicant, but would give a significant amount of additional opportunity for public input. And we think that's extremely important. It's also important to increase the distance from the 500 feet. That's normal because oftentimes these parking situations have a lot more impacts. For example, in our situation at Scarborough Beach State Park, the lines of cars often queuing on Black Point Road often exceed 700 feet. So certainly more than the 500 feet. So we would request inclusion of that language. I understand maybe that Councilor Anderson is going to be offering a potentially proposal to that maybe is a compromise in terms of distance and time. Any additional time, any additional distance would be helpful. However, we do think that it would, as I say, would be a very minor additional burden to do it at the time the application is filed, and that's why we're requesting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Hi, folks. Dan Warren. I know most of you. First of all, congratulations to those elected, re-elected, and still on the council. 1976, my sister Rebecca was the first woman elected to the Scarborough Town Council since 1658. She would be happy to see 3 intelligent young women who are all fire breathers on the council, and that's a compliment. 40 years ago, I sat in your seat. For 10 years, I was on the in the council and involved in every committee at Town Hall. After 10 years, I decided to take a pause. And I then decided to pledge to myself that I would never come back on behalf of a client to Scarborough Town Hall. I wanted to be the only lawyer in politics in the United States of America who would not come back to the same body that he served in to represent a client. Everybody wants you to come and be a prostitute, and I just wouldn't do it. Having said that, everybody in Scarborough is an expert on ordinances. Down at Higgins Beach is the dog ordinance. Down at Pine Point, it's the horse ordinance. All over town, it's marijuana, it's traffic stops. So we have to be careful, I think, of allowing discussions like this tonight on any topic, unless there's a strong need, a compelling need to change the statute. You have an outstanding planner. I got a chance to meet with her the other day. I had a nice chat. I was promised a Texas accent that I didn't get, but she knows her stuff. And I would ask you to ask yourselves why she and her outstanding work here has not incorporated all the changes that have been presented by the Prouts Neck Improvement Association. I'm not here to denigrate anybody. These are good, fine, well-intentioned people who have thoughts and things on their mind that they'd like to see pursued. I would humbly submit to you that that doesn't meet your standard. If what we're doing tonight is announcing to the world under the McGee administration that we're going to allow discussions on ordinance changes when you have a few good ideas, be careful, because I have a whole legion of people who will be here for the next 18 months on all those ordinances I mentioned. I say to them when they come to see me, and they do, no, I'm not going to go to the council for you. I'm going to make you persuade me that what you have is a good idea to change whatever ordinance it is you want. Councilor Hamel, I badgered him last year about the kite skiers down at Pine Point. Anybody who's been down there has seen they all of a sudden will dive bomb and boom. And I saw one day there were a couple of 2-year-old and 3-year-old kids who almost got hit by that. And so I talked to Don. I then went back to the person who was concerned, told them what they had to go to do to bring me the witch's broomstick. They failed, Councilor Hamel. So you never saw me back.
I saved all your notes.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, well, thank God somebody other than my mother is reading my mail. So I would just say that I would urge the council to give fair hearing to this, but I would urge the council to only vote in favor of anything that they feel is a strong, compelling need. I don't think that this is it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. That is a very tough act to follow.
And I am Marvin Gates, 423 Black Point Road. I'm one of those people, well, first of all, because I live right next door to the particular parking lot under discussion, I understand this is townwide, it's not to any particular place. I have vested interest in a certain sense. For example, my property, 423, is 600 feet from the proposed area, so I would get no notice to it. The history of my involvement with it, I think you know, I'm the person who objected to the Gray's unpermitted parking lot, which threw this whole thing into your lap, so to speak. So I'm just describing my interest, and I'm privy to what Mr. Manahan referenced as a potential amendment that would change, in all due respect to Councilor Warren, I would change, for example, and I think I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm ahead of your process, but from 7 days notice to 14 days notice, from 500 feet to 1,000 feet, which would therefore enable me to understand it and be notified, from 10 days notice to 20 days notice. I'm very familiar with the applicant. I don't really have any problem with the applicant. I just would like the notice, and I would like to be able to review their application, period, in a certain sense. And the changes, if the amendment appears before you, that amendment is offering, I strongly support. And as just a point as I depart, what that will say personally is me calling my friend Autumn, in a certain sense, every week. Have you heard? Have you heard? Have you heard? Have you heard? And think of Autumn. She won't have to concern herself with, no, not this week, no, not this week kind of thing. And I realize that's not any point that you would even consider point of humor, perhaps, but a point that drives home the point that I support any amendment that might be able to come before you today to change from 7 days to 14 days, 500 feet to 1,000 feet, and 10 days versus 20 days notice. And I very much appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin.
Sue Hamel, I just have a quick question. How does this apply to overflow parking in Pine Point, where people kind of informally allow people, beachgoers, to park in their backyards or front yards and collect money for it? Thanks.
Thank you. So this was brought up a few times. This actually would not be applicable to those situations. This is only applicable to a certain specific event, and you have a proprietary, well, what am I trying to say? You're holding the event, or you're the owner of the event, a church perhaps, a festival, in this instance, the state park, the beach going as an event, but an individual property owner couldn't use this. That would have to be taken up separately.
Thank you for clarifying. We have any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All right, turn it over for council discussion. Mr. Anderson.
So I do have an amendment that I would like to propose. And again, this, as it was referred to, there was some back and forth and feedback. And so I tried to find a compromise. And so I'm willing to put it forward for discussion and see what the council would like to do with it. So I would like to motion to amend section F.3 public hearing to the following. And I'll read it out loud. Give me a second. And I sent an email because it has the full language in there. This one cut it off. That was my fault. So the town council shall not hold a public hearing on all new applications for permit under this ordinance. Notice of the hearing shall be advertised in a local daily newspaper at least 14 days prior to the meeting at the expense of the applicant. Abutters within 1,000 feet to the proposed site shall be notified in writing 20 days prior to the public hearing.
I have a motion to amend. Is there a second? Counselor Hamel, second.
Yes.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Mr. Cushing.
First word that comes to my mind is boom. I was persuaded by the dynamite argument that says that we only need to notify people within 500 feet in blasting in our current set of ordinances. And it sort of raises the question with me about all of the times that we can do this. I mean, it seems like that April has put forth a reasonable approach, and so I don't really see any need to, I'm assuming these notice provisions are consistent with other notice provisions. Is that correct? So it's not just blasting, it's whatever, whatever else requires public notice. So I don't really think it makes a lot of sense, generally speaking, to go down the road of altering our public ordinances to suit the needs of a particular neighborhood. So a lot of neighborhoods can't afford legal representation, for example. So I'm a no on your
Thank you.
amendment.
Jean Marie.
Yeah, I would agree with Counselor Cushing on this. I will not support this amendment either, for the simple purpose that everything else is 7 days and 500 feet. So, you know, why would this neighborhood get special treatment? No, that's just a no for me. Thank you.
Just a quick reminders, this would be applying to the entire town, not just a specific neighborhood.
And that's fine. I just want to keep things specific, you know, no, just no. Which part of no?
Anyone else on comments on this?
I'm with Jean Marie. I think it's important to be consistent with the ordinances. I think it gets confusing if we're changing them, and especially for the planning department as well.
Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I've just, one other thought here is that, you know, the idea of temporary events is a, you know, pretty new concept. So, you know, with stuff like this, you know, in an area that I live, you know, things like this are pretty disruptive to what can be a very congested neighborhood, especially during the warm weather months. So I, you know, I understand the blasting comparison, but I thought that the amendment as proposed was not unreasonable. And I think we're just going off into uncharted territory on this, so I'd rather be overly cautious.
Thank you, Counselor Hamel. Personally, I don't have a problem with the amendment. I think, as I pointed out earlier, if 500 feet where the notice in my neighbor 2 houses down had something going on, I wouldn't actually get the notice. And that's just because I live in a more rural district. So that would be my reason for supporting something like this. The 14 days notice versus 7. I guess in the specific circumstance, I know this is townwide, in the specific circumstance that seems to have piqued the interest of one of our local groups. I believe that they have clear amount of notice that this is going to go forward at some point in time. So generally, I would support the amendment. No man's an island. I got your back on this one, Anderson, but we're doomed to watch this one fail. So we'll sink together, my friend. All right, I will call the vote unless there's on the amendment. This is a vote on the amendment. All in favor? All right, show 3 in favor, all opposed. Show 4 opposed. Amendment fails. So the motion as presented this evening. Any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Show 6-1. Ordinance pass. Thank you. We're on to new business. It is after 10 p.m., isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Is there a motion, or should we just pack it up?
Second.
Motion and a second. All right. Any discussion? Let's go. Nope. Here we
Let's
go.
go.
All in favor of continuing on with new business for the evening? All opposed? Okay, I show unanimous. Thank you. New business item, order number 23128, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments of chapter 311, schedule of fees. Autumn, welcome back.
Thank you. This is just the schedule of fees for the permit that you just approved. And so the application fee, we're proposing $300 per day with a not to exceed amount of 5,000. And I believe there is a typo in your attachment. It says 500 per day, but it should be 300 per day. So the maximum 30 days, it would be 9,000. So we felt $5,000 would be a reasonable compromise for the maximum.
Thank you.
And there's also a fee proposed, that's not in the ordinance for this, so that's all I have.
Just to clarify, so in the packet, 602B is going to read $300 per day. Do we need an official amendment on this? To make it 300 versus 500?
Oh, yeah, that, yeah.
Okay. We'll get to that as soon as we hear public comment. Seeing no public comment, I will turn it over. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion in a second. All right, discussion on the council side. Yes, Councilor Anderson.
I'd like to motion that we amend the fee from $500 to $300 per day.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment? Okay, so now into the discussion for the motion as amended. Any discussion, comments, thoughts? Seeing none from this council, I will call the vote. All in favor? Show that as 7-0 unanimous. Thank you. Order 23129, first reading on the new request for a cannabis establishment license for Nicholas Lavassiere, DBA Pine Point Medical LLC, located at 137 Pleasant Hill Road for a medical cannabis products manufacturing facility, and schedule a public hearing and second reading. Liam.
So this is an application that's been received for a medical manufacturing license. There is a related license that will be on the agenda for December 6th for final action and public hearing, which is the adult use manufacturing license. At this time, staff doesn't have any concerns and look forward to second reading.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on this?
Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. It's getting late. I just have a question because there is such a discussion about odor and about this is a manufacturing situation. And I just wondered, is there going to be monitoring of the odor and who monitors, and just so that it doesn't get back into that situation in Pine Point that was so bad? Thank you.
Thanks, Nina. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments, turn this back over to the council. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
A second, we're gonna have to iron this out soon.
Just be quiet.
Second. I got a motion in a second. Discussion, and I'm gonna start up with discussion. Ms. McKee, I'll be happy to try to help answer. We do have the moratorium, but it applies to the Pine Point overlay district, not the Pleasant Hill area at this time.
Correct. And our understanding of this license is that as just through the operation, the odor likelihood's very low. But the same standards around if there is odor complaints coming forward and being investigated would apply to this license as any other cannabis license would.
Council discussion. Seeing none, we're getting tired. All in favor of sending this on? Please read it. Opposed? So 7-0, this is approved. Thank you. Item number 10 is a non-action item. It just says non-action items. Apparently we have none. Did I just take action on a non-action item? Item 11, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. Anyone have anything to report out of committees? I know most, all of the committees have taken a break for November. And we'll see what happens in December. Yes, Councilor Anderson.
So I just want to share yesterday, I think it was yesterday, feels like forever ago. I met with some Maple Ave residents and the chief of police, and had a really good conversation around the concerns that they've raised, the work that staff is doing, the plan to work on the new traffic calming request ordinance, and to follow back up with them probably in the January timeframe to work things forward. So just very grateful for the chief and his team for being there to listen. It's always great to see the staff in action, listening to residents and coming up with solutions. And I know they were all very pleased. And the chief came to share information, and he got like 10 action items out of it, which I don't think he was anticipating. So I just really appreciate the time, but I just wanted to share that with the council, that I know there's been a lot of feedback we've been getting over emails on Maple Avenue. And so there was a conversation, and I think hopefully most of them left feeling good about the path forward.
Appreciate you taking the time and also updating us. That's
I was just gonna say, I've come to appreciate that when meeting with Counselor Anderson, I often come away with action items and tasks.
It's a walk-in action item.
Counselor Katarina, did you have something?
Yeah, this is actually a request of the chair from me. In the past, and it's been further in the past, regarding appointments of the various counselors to committees and whatever. I know chairs in the past have said, write me an email or on a piece of paper, or let me know what you're interested in serving on and what you're interested in doing. And I just think that would be helpful for you and us, so that as you go along with that. So I was just gonna suggest we do that, so that people can say, I'm interested in this committee, that, and
I certainly appreciate that advice, and I will
Yeah.
take it.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
if any of the counselors here I know I've had some conversations individually with each of you, but if you could put that down in writing so I can organize all of it, that would be wonderful.
great, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
really
That's
all I had.
Great suggestion.
yeah.
Thank you. All right, on to, sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick reminder that tomorrow the school board is meeting. We've been invited to participate in their workshop at 5:30, which will be here in council chambers. The school building committee has set their meeting for Tuesday, November 28th at 6 p.m., also in council chambers. And shoot, it's gone.
You'll have time to recover during council member comments.
Oh, I remember. The communications committee, prior to knowing that we were gonna not meet for November, discussed the possibility of new counselor Cushing writing our December 1st Counselor Corner article as kind of an introduction. I can walk you through what the article is, and I can send you Karen and I's as an example. But just to
I slept through that.
put that on your radar, that we did discuss that publicly as a committee, that for 12/1 it would be done.
History of Thanksgiving would be a good topic.
Yes, if you're not in a room, you're on the menu, or if you're on, whatever. Yeah, okay, sure.
We are on
December
to
1st.
item 12, council member comments. Counselor Anderson.
I just want to welcome Counselor Cushing to the council. I'm excited to work with you, and I'm very excited for Counselor McGee as chair and Counselor Seither as vice chair. You did an amazing job tonight on a very, tense topic. So I think we all made the right decision and your leadership kind of over the next year. So I'm looking forward to it. And just want to, again, thank everybody for the support when I was chair. It was hard. It's a lot of work, and I'm here to help you in any way you need. So, and I also, hear Counselor Seither about the board and the committee and what we did tonight. And I do think we need to go tomorrow prepared to have that conversation with them, because it was not an easy call for me tonight to make. And I do feel like we could have waited for them and could have engaged with them, but I still feel like we needed to make a decision tonight. And I think it was the right thing we did to move it forward.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson. Counselor comments. Anyone else? Counselor Cushing.
This has been real fun.
Not handing in your resignation already, are you?
No, I just wanted to say thank you, and if I have any hope after sitting here for a while, I hope that we can find some way to broaden the participation in these meetings. As much as I enjoy hearing from the very well-informed people representing specific points of view, I think it would behoove us all to see if we could encourage attendance at these meetings for a broader segment of our community. I think that would help us. And so that will be a goal of mine. I said when I campaigned for this office that I was going to listen. But to me, that means to a wide segment of the community and figuring out a way to, so I'm going to commit to doing that personally, and I'll be actively reaching out to people from all corners of Scarborough, maybe even at the Downs where there are people. So thank you all very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. And I just want to say that I want to start by thanking Councillor Anderson. The last year, those are some big shoes to fill. Probably the hardest working person I've ever met, aside from my wife, actually. And yeah, thanks. I do want to say it. Having you as a resource is going to be essential for any success for anyone in this role. So I appreciate all the time. I think the public, whether or not we just gloss over it or not, the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes and discussing these topics and bringing them to the point where we're ready to discuss and debate during a council session. It's an incredible amount of legwork between leadership here on the council side and on the staff side. So I don't want to understate how valuable all of that effort has been. And then the last thing I want to say is happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Let's remember what's important. Let's go home, eat a lot of food, watch some football. Oh, and hang out with your family, right?
Yeah.
That's the best. That's the good stuff. So happy Thanksgiving. I will entertain a motion from one person to adjourn.
Me, so moved.
Second.
All in favor? I show that as unanimous. Thank you.